Greetings and welcome everybody to this first meeting of the AB 652 Environmental Justice Advisory Committee on December 10th, 2025. I just mentioned it for those in the room. My name is Sam McGill. I'm a facilitator with Sacramento State University, assisting the EJAC and DPR with facilitation of this group. Really excited to be here today. Before we get started, one note for all of our EJAC members joining us online. If you could please make sure that your camera is enabled. It's kind of a Bagley-Keene requirement. We'll get into what that means a little bit later. But in order to be considered present at the meeting, you do have to be on camera. If you are not an EJAC member, I would ask that you turn your camera off at this time. Before we get started, do go ahead and run through a couple of quick logistical items for all of you. I'm joined at the front of the table here by Jordan Loris Clark. He's part of the wonderful interpretation team who will be helping with Spanish language interpretation throughout the day. So I'll run through slides and then Jordan will in Spanish, just to make sure any of our Spanish language speakers joining us online can participate fully as well. All right, so real quickly, for in-room participants, if you are looking to make sure that your device, whether it's a phone or a computer, whatever you're joining on, is muted. That's really important to make sure that we don't get any kind of echo in the background. You're also welcome to select Leave Computer Audio.
Para participantes en la sala, por favor, para los participantes en la sala, pueden generar eco, desde la computadora, el teléfono celular. Haga clic en la flecha hacia arriba para el micrófono, seleccione Leave Computer Audio y silencio con el botón de mute.
If we go to the next slide, a quick orientation to Zoom. I know in this post-COVID world, we're all probably very used to many of these instructions, but I would just ask, once we get to the various public comment portions of the agenda, you can join the queue if you're joining us online by clicking the raise hand button. You can find that at the bottom of your screen as outlined in red here on the screen. If you are joining us only by phone, if you are in conversation, you use #9 to raise your hand. And once it's your turn to speak, we'll ask you to press *6 to mute or unmute yourselves.
Y un poco de orientación sobre Zoom para levantar la mano cuando estamos en la porción de comentario público. Si quieren participar por medio de Zoom o por medio de teléfono, pueden marcar número 9 para levantar la mano. El facilitador les informa que a quienes participen por Zoom desde el teléfono, cuando no estén silenciados durante los comentarios públicos son limitados a 2 minutos por persona, y marque número 6 para silenciar o quitar el silencio.
Moving forward, as should be obvious, this meeting is being provided in using Spanish language interpretation as well. To join the Spanish language channel, in your meeting controls at the bottom of the screen, locate the interpretation icon shaped like a globe at the bottom of your screen and click on the language you would like to hear. For this meeting, you have a choice of joining either via English or Spanish as your options. And if you're listening in Spanish, make sure to click Mute Original Audio.
Y sobre interpretación de idiomas por medio del Zoom, en los controles de la reunión, haga clic en el icono de interpretación que parece un globo. Está ubicado en la parte inferior de la pantalla. Haga clic en el idioma que gusta escuchar. Para esta reunión tenemos las opciones de inglés y español. Si escucha en español, por favor, haga clic en el botón que dice Mute Original Audio.
And just one final notice, the EJAC email is at the bottom of your screen.
Y el correo electrónico de EJAC está a la parte de abajo de su pantalla.
All right. Finally, you have 2 options for viewing the presentation as well in both English and Spanish. Click on one of the tabs at the top of your screen and choose either Spanish or English, depending on your preference.
Y finalmente, tiene 2 maneras y 2 opciones de mirar la presentación en tu pantalla. Tiene español e inglés. Por favor, haga clic en una de las opciones de las pestañas que está en la parte superior de la pantalla, Spanish PPT o Inglés PPT.
Right. And finally, for those joining us here in the room, if you would like to, we have headsets at the back of the room so that you can listen to this meeting simulcast in Spanish.
Y finalmente, para los que están aquí en el cuarto con nosotros, interpretación de persona puede recoger sus auriculares en la mesa de interpretación que está ubicado atrás del cuarto.
Wonderful. And we also have handouts in Spanish on the table over by my colleague Sam here.
Hay también documentos imprimidos por cerca de mi amigo Sam en la parte de atrás.
Wonderful. Thank you, Jordan. All right. One final housekeeping note. There will be public comment sections throughout the agenda, both for any items requiring the EJAC's formal approval, as well as general public comment at the agenda. Once we get to that, I'll run through the instructions, but generally we'll take public comment from individuals joining us here in the room first, and then go to individuals joining us online. With that, we'll go ahead and keep moving and run through a couple of very quick housekeeping and logistical items. We go to the next slide on meeting facilitation. At the end of the day, we really want everyone to be as present as possible. For those joining us here in the room, I would ask that you reach into your pocket, and I know you have it in there, take your phone out and just put it on silent or vibrate. That would be wonderful. If you do have to take a call, feel free to step out into the lobby or out towards the parking lot to take any calls. We'll make sure to take breaks if you do need to take a call, feel free to step outside. I already mentioned it, but if you're joining virtually, please keep the camera on throughout the duration of the meeting and let me know if you need to go off camera. You can do that just by sending a chat to the hosts and panelists. And that's only an option for those committee members joining us online. Less so for this meeting. Today, we're going to be spending a lot of time doing housekeeping issues to make sure that you can do all the good work that the EJAC is intended to. But we fully understand, even with that, we're going to be talking about things like areas of pesticide use in California. For many of us, these can be potentially very emotional issues. We want to make sure that we give you the space to have those types of conversations. I'm here to help kind of move the conversation along, but we also want to make sure that you're comfortable sharing your opinions and being open with all of your fellow EJAC members. So I would just ask that you maintain a respectful space, and probably most importantly, assume that there's positive intent, and just make sure that we're compassionate of all of our fellow EJAC members and members of the public. And then last thing on this list, we have a lot on the agenda to get through. Housekeeping items are never the most fun, but they are important to make sure you can do your good work. So I would just ask that to the extent you can, when I give time cues, if you could be respectful of those so that we can move through and get through the entire agenda, that would be wonderful. All right. At this point, it is my pleasure to introduce Karen Morrison. Karen is the Director of the Department of Pesticide Regulation to provide some opening remarks. I'd welcome you up to the table.
Thank you. Good afternoon to our members who are here in person, as well as those of you joining us remotely for this milestone occasion as a part of the work within the department, and I think the broader arc around how we think about pesticide regulation within the state of California. So very much looking forward to the work of this group as we think about how we move forward within the state. Want to, in advance, express appreciation for your time in not only being here today, but also in the review of materials as we get into meatier discussions over the course of this committee, as well as in all the time and attention of materials just to get ready to come today. A lot of information to support the onboarding process around the department, our authority, jurisdictions, policies, procedures, to really set a foundation to have a robust discussion within this group. We know that there are some folks who are familiar faces to the department and some who are slightly newer to this issue area, and so wanting to be able to support that information, not only as a part of the pre-materials, but also our ongoing conversations within this committee. I also want to thank everyone who is joining us as a part of this first meeting in person, as well as the many folks who are joining virtually today. We're looking forward to hearing from many voices to be able to help inform and support our work around how we embed environmental justice as a part of the work that we're doing within the department. I want to provide a little bit of broader context around some of the department's work and then really set you off to the important work today. Our vision at the department is to support pest management that is safe, effective, and sustainable for all Californians in our environment, and really rooting that in a mission to protect human health and the environment by fostering sustainable pest management and regulating pesticides. And to advance that mission, we've made a number of commitments relative to transparency, to active work to mitigate pesticide risks within the state, and to accelerate the availability and use of sustainable pest management alternatives. All of those actions support the need to manage pests as we think about supporting a viable food supply, protection of public health, support of critical infrastructure, but also to do that in ways that are mindful of many of the impacts to the most sensitive populations within the state and where we need to be holding that as a part of our work as the department. So in the last year, we've been working to ramp up our work in this area, specifically by launching the nation's first pesticide notification system, Spray Days California. That will be a robust topic, I think, at the next meeting for this body as we come to the 1-year anniversary of launch of that system. We've been sharing data out more regularly and visually on our website to be able to provide more timely information relative to monitoring work that we're doing for pesticides in air, water, food, etc. We've been providing more information about our current priorities for mitigating pesticides. This was long a topic that we were working on intently within the department, but had very little public visibility into that work. And so we've been sharing more and more of that out publicly so folks are aware of the work that's happening and can provide recommendations and information to the department as we continue to do that. That leads in directly to a new process. We're standing up our Scientific Prioritization and Review Committee to have a more public engagement and discussion as we set our priorities for that work. We've also in the last year funded nearly $4 million in projects that advance sustainable pest management and are expecting that number to continue to increase in the coming years. And of course, the convening of this committee as being a really important milestone for our
Recording
work
in progress.
As we continue to move forward. I also want to highlight some additional information that will be released later this month, which is data visualization on our enforcement work within the state that is done in partnership with the county agricultural commissioners and will provide better visual information around the number of inspections, investigations, and enforcement actions. And so we'll look forward to keeping this group and many others updated on that work as we move forward. I think big picture, as director of the department, as we think about the work that this committee is going to be doing, the work of the department as a whole, that my commitment is that we want to find ways to better embed environmental justice and equity into the work that we are doing. We know that we have space to be able to grow in this area and are looking forward to prioritize recommendations from this group to help guide and inform that work. I'll reflect that we've also been thinking about how we create support structures within the department to be able to take action on recommendations that come through. And so have started to build those discussions internally and have a lot of really robust robust discussions and excitement around what's to come as a part of that work. And so look forward to getting into that more in 2026. I'm also committed to how we think about expanding the work we do around outreach, education, involvement, meaningful decision-making with the many folks who are impacted within California around the use of pesticides. And then finally, how we continue to improve information and data collected by the department to be able to best inform decisions moving forward. And again, looking forward to this group being able to help and support in those ways. as we continue to meet within this committee, as you continue to do the really good, the really important work in this area, I look forward to hearing from you and the public and reflecting on those policies and practices for how we can think about prioritized recommendations, incorporating environmental justice and equity work into our programs and decisions. I know that's not new conversations for some of you, but looking forward to continuing to build on that momentum, as well as improving our engagement with communities most exposed to pesticides. So I look forward to today's conversations, for our future conversations, both in this group and in other settings, as well as for being able to have this group as a sounding board to be able to talk about and dream about how do we move forward as a part of our broader visions around sustainable pest management in California. So thank you all so much again, those of you who made the trip out to Sacramento today, for those of you joining remotely, and appreciate the time and attention and the meeting today. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thanks so much, Karen. I did neglect to mention a couple of different ways that people may be participating today. One final logistical thing, and then we'll actually get into our agenda. Obviously, for those of us here in person, we are on Fight Circle in Sacramento. For those joining us online as members of the public, if you plan on joining just to listen in, you don't plan to provide public comment, I'll note that this meeting is also being webcast in both English and Spanish. And staff, if possible, it'd be wonderful to broadcast the links for those webcasts out to everybody joining us online. We would ask, if you don't plan to provide public comment, if you could join via the webcast, that would be wonderful. And we'll put those links into the chat in just a moment. And of course, if you have any technical or language interpretation assistant needs, you can email staff throughout the afternoon at ejacinfo@cdpr.ca.gov. All right. So with that, let me go ahead and turn it over to Celia Pazos. Celia is the Deputy Director for Environmental Justice and Equity at the Department of Pesticide Regulation.
You go.
I'm gonna say you can speak first.
Okay, well, I'm already moving. Okay, thank you.
All right. Oh, I get to see you a little bit better this way. Hi, everybody online. Hi, everybody in person. Thank you so much for being here. And thank you, Karen, for kicking us off. I'm truly honored to welcome you to this first meeting of the Environmental Justice Advisory Committee. Many of you know me. I'm Celia Pazos, the Deputy Director for Environmental Justice and Equity at DPR. I see a few new faces online. Hi, committee members. I look forward to working with you and getting to know you. And then my team is here to support you as well. You've been in contact with them throughout your onboarding, lots of paperwork. Thank you for bearing with us. But we'll be supporting the work of this committee as we get going. I want to thank you all for your leadership, not only in this space and in this committee, but in your communities every day. Thank you so much for being here, for your time and your dedication. I'm really grateful for the perspective and the lived experiences you guys are bringing to this committee. So I'm giving an overview of today's meeting. We'll start by welcoming you all and getting to know you. So we'll hear from all of you a little bit about your background, your interests and your priorities, and the strengths you all bring to the table. Then we're going to talk about the draft committee charter, which you have seen, and there'll be an opportunity for the committee to formally adopt it. We'll also lead into a conversation about electing a chair or co-chairs of this committee, and hold a vote to make that decision. Then we're going to hear a presentation from DPR staff on pesticide use in California that'll help inform the committee's decision on where we'll host our next EJAC meeting. In the statute, it does say that at least one annual meeting must be held in an area of high pesticide use. So the presentation today will help inform that discussion. And then we'll also have an open public comment period towards the end of the evening, so committee can hear from community members directly. Of course, we're going to build in a break, and Sam will play it by ear when that makes sense, but we'll work a break in there as well. He'll help us find a good time for that. So thank you again for your presence, and I think we're ready, Sam. I'm going to pass it back to you.
Hey. Wonderful, Celia. Thank you so much. And for that break, if I start seeing any eyes, people nodding off a little bit, that's usually a pretty good sign. But let me know if folks are ready for a break. We can always move things around a little bit in the agenda to accommodate your needs. Our next item on the agenda, if we go to the next slide, is an introduction. So a chance to hear from all of you. You know, as we were putting together the agenda, we thought that it'd be very helpful both for all of you to get to know each other and for members of the public to go beyond the standard kind of, you know, name and organization. So we queued up a few questions on the next slide for you as we go through. And what we'd really like to hear first from individuals joining us here in the room as part of the EJAC, and then for those members joining us online. We'd love to hear your name and the community or organization you represent. And then some of your topics of interest or a short biography, just so that we know what some of your priorities are going to be moving through this EJAC process. So hopefully fairly straightforward. We do have a good amount of time set aside for this. I'll kind of give you cues, but it's really an opportunity to get to know you more than anything else. So if it's okay, I'll start with individuals here in the room. There is a microphone on the table, and if I could ask Bianca to turn that around.
This one?
Yeah, just towards you a little bit. That'll pick up sound better. There we go. I'll start with folks here in the room. We don't have to go in order, but I don't know if there's someone who's willing to be the first one up. Introduce yourself. Thank you, Erica. Yes.
Hello, everyone. Erika Alfaro. I'm a public health nurse specializing in maternal infant health. I'm a pediatric nurse by trade. I am part of the California Nurses for Environmental Health and Justice, as well as a proud Safe Act, Safe Schools member. I guess my interest is public health. Honestly, I really think about just people's health just as a whole, not just in numbers, not just sorry, I'm hearing myself also speaking in Spanish. So just I would say that that's my priority, right? And just ensuring that we're really advocating for the people that are not only feeding us, but that they're also just being taken into account, because it should be priority. People's health should be priority, and just people overall should be prioritized instead of monetary things. At the end of the day, we have already prioritized way too often or too much. That would be it.
Wonderful. Thank you, Erica.
I'll volunteer to go
Bianca,
next if
thank
you
you.
want to go this way. Good afternoon. My name is Bianca Lopez, or evening. What time is it? Sorry. This weather's got me all confused. I walked in saying good morning. Bianca Lopez. I live in the town of Waterford in Stanislaus County. I was born in Guadalajara, Jalisco, but raised in Los Angeles, and have lived in Stanislaus County since 2007. Upon arriving in Stanislaus County, I was just overwhelmed by so much agriculture. I didn't get to see that living in LA. And so when I moved to Stanislaus County, I made it my mission to learn about the community and concerns in the community. And so one of those obviously was pesticide use and high pesticide use. And so through volunteering, we learned a lot about issues and learned more about the cumulative impacts in our communities that are not just in isolation to Stanislaus County, but the region in the San Joaquin Central Valley. And so learning that has been my passion since then. Air quality is another issue that our communities face, or poor air quality. We have one of the worst air basins in the country, not just in California, but in the country. And a lot of our communities also do not have healthy drinkable water. And so as I learn more about those concerns from the residents who are most directly affected, the frontline and the fence line communities, from those sources of pollution, stationary, mobile, and everything else that affects our health, I've made it my mission to learn more about. And so also learning about the environmental injustices and the need for environmental justice advocacy. And so I'm really excited to be part of this newly implemented EJAC. Excited to learn more from my other peers here on this board. And I have learned what I've learned because of community input, and we've learned environmental justice advocates have had to be the scientists in the room, had to be the lawyers in the room. We've had to also be the advocates and the residents that represent the most disadvantaged communities. I live in those communities as well. And so this is not just personal, but it is something that affects my neighbors and the people that I care for. And so as we dive into this newly created board, I'm excited to see implementation of environmental justice, more of the environmental justice into the Department of Pesticide regulation. I don't want this board to just be a soundboard, or this committee to be a soundboard. I want it to be a force to be recognized and for our advice to be implemented, not just heard. And so I'm very excited for that. And I would just add that I'm also a mother of 2 boys, and we are a household with asthma. And so a lot of this is something that we're all struggling with. But thank you for being here. I'm excited to learn more.
Thank you very much. Angel.
Yeah, thank you, Bianca. My name is Angel Garcia. I am born and raised in Tulare County. Very proud of that farm worker background experience. And today I do come on behalf of my community. First and foremost, on behalf of my familia, that I have 3 young boys, Nudi, Urian, aka Chito, and lastly I have Bernardo, just call him Bernie. And they're my motivation, they're my drive. And before that, it was my community, my gente, farm workers, that sometimes we would sleep in the back of the campers when we had go as a child to pick garlic out in Kings County. And yeah, those types of memories always stuck with me. But so that sort of leads me to my drive and what's my interest. And to me, it's always been about the fields, growing up in them, being part of them, bringing them home. It really shaped my outlook on life. It really made me an early bird. I have no problem waking up at 4, 5 in the morning to get ready. I mean, that was the routine. You wake up at 4, 5 in the morning, and you go to mom's friend that would take care of you. And so to me, this really hits home, but also on a personal level, but also at the community level and at the advocacy level. It's also a very great opportunity to bring issues that we've been hearing from the community into this space. So I really look forward to this, the formation of this EJAC here at DPR. I think it's long overdue. And I also welcome the transparency that I hope it becomes. And just to echo my colleagues' remarks, I also look forward to this body being seen as a serious advisory council, and not just be here and see something similar that we saw with other types of regulations where community would submit thousands and thousands of public comments only to feel unheard. And so I think that, and I hope and look forward that this changes with folks that sit and make up this board. and just really honored to be with the likes of those that are currently on this EJAC committee. So with that, thank you.
Thank you. Hello, I'm Emily Marquez. I am a scientist at Pesticide Action and Agroecology Network. I'm originally from Sacramento. I work out of Berkeley and Sacramento, depending on the week. And yeah, so my parents both grew up poor. My father was from a farm worker family in Yolo County. And I think their experiences maybe got me interested in environmental justice issues, but my parents sent me to college and I studied biology there and then went on to graduate school. While I was earning my PhD, I was working on environmental toxicology, interested in environmental exposures of turtles and snakes to contaminants that or to reproductive hormones that might affect their reproductive development. And then after graduate school, I joined PAN and started working on pesticide drift issues, primarily in Minnesota and Iowa. So some of my interests, of course, are in the protecting the health of frontline communities, wherever pesticides are used intensively. I'm very interested in issues around drift, and pesticides get in every aspect that we take in our environment. So groundwater exposures. I recently worked with a team of folks from the Reach the Decision Makers program hosted by UCSF, and that was really interesting. We worked a little on groundwater. I found groundwater kind of an impenetrable topic. That's kind of a pun. And then I also recently started, we will start a project that's funded by the California Breast Cancer Research Program, where I collaborate with folks from UCSF and also from Silent Spring Institute, and we're working on kind of breast cancer risk-related pesticides, and hopefully we will, in that research, be able to make some recommendations around prioritizing aspects around breast cancer in California. So yeah, I really look forward to participating. This is my first time on an advisory committee. I have colleagues who participated in them before, and I figure the more we talk, the better we'll do. So thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you all so much for joining us. We're also joined by a number of our committee members online as well. I'll read your name off just in the order it appears on my screen, and then if you could introduce yourself similar to your colleagues here in the room, that would be wonderful. We'll start out with Michelle Perea-Ryan, followed by Guadalupe Martinez.
Hello, everyone. Nice to see you all and meet you all today. So I am Michelle Perea-Ryan, and I am a nurse practitioner and a professor at Stan State here in the Central Valley. And I'm also part of California Nurses for Environmental Health and Justice and the Policy Committee for CPR. And I'm here on this really in my interest, as I have been a nurse for over 30 years and a nurse practitioner for over 20. And I started really looking at pesticides and farm workers during my comprehensive exam during my FNP. And I was looking at migrant farm workers, especially women, and their impact, the pesticide impacts on reproductive health, and how many women didn't understand those factors that caused, and maybe they were having spontaneous abortions before they actually knew they were pregnant, and how pesticides could have been part of that. I've also been looking at how those pesticides impact women in utero, and so are really having a cumulative effect on children from, being in the womb for the rest of their lives, right? If they're around pesticides and chemicals and all those things their entire lifetime, and how that's impacting their growth and development. And being here in the Central Valley, really thinking about farm workers as a whole, really thinking about the farmers also, and especially children, as I said, and those cumulative impacts throughout their life and how that's impacting. But also as a nurse practitioner, looking at health and kind of, we look at all these chronic health conditions that are happening, and I don't think many people realize the impacts that pesticides and other chemicals have on the endocrine system. So as endocrine disruptors. So the endocrine system is really like our thyroid, our pancreas for diabetes, our women's health and men's health. And so really looking at those types of things. Cancer increases with pesticide exposure. So there's all kidney disease, right? The neurosystem, the brain. And so really looking at those health impacts and how we can keep, people on the whole safe and healthy. So those are them. Thank you so much for having us, and I look forward to working with you all.
Great, thank you.
Yes, hi. My name is Guadalupe Martinez. I was born in Brownsville, Texas, on the border of Matamoros, Tamaulipas. Came to California 1964 when the family migrated here, and started working out in the fields as a farm worker at a very young age. I used to say I was 18 when I was 15. I learned early on a lot about machinery, and I used to do the pesticides. I was a mixer, I was a loader. I did tractor driving, spraying the fields, different, either almonds, grapes, and so on. Worked in heavy equipment. And we came at the time when the farm worker movement was started with Cesar and Dolores and Larry Idalong. And once working out in the fields, some organizers with Cesar came by and picked the interest in me after seeing the exposure of the farm workers and my friends and family members who were exposed or were contaminated to the chemicals. I saw a lot throughout my lifetime, where farm workers either became very ill, and at that time, I don't know if it was the lack of education or what it was, but doctors used to tell the workers if they were exposed that they had the flu. And I got to see a lot of the friends go back to Mexico, either to try to get cured or to pass away. I was then finally became a volunteer with the UFW, and I had been with them for about 25 years. I retired from there with them, but I was involved in a lot of the things that we were doing at that time. That's the time when McFarland, Fowler, Fresno, Rosemont, we had the cancer clusters. I was assigned to organizing those communities with Fred Ross Sr. To try and find out what was causing the cancer cluster at that time. And I also got a difficult time to try to understand why we were getting those exposures, and also communities like Arvin, Lamont, and all these places of no fault of their own were either exposed to pesticides or chemicals at that time. It's been a long history of what I've been through, both personally and also what I got to see as I was a farm worker and also in organizing with the UFW. I got to be able to do a lot of organizing and trying to move. For a long time, I felt like the movement was kind of slow, and right now I must say that I'm very happy that I get to see all of you and all of the EJAC community committees members, moving on the right direction, which has been a long trajectory to come to this point. Like I said, it's a long history. I'm not going to talk about going to Canada, to try to get rid of or to ban some of the pesticides. I won't get into all of them. So I'm happy to be here in one way and see what I can still do. But also, I do have a grandson who has autism, which of course, there's the whole conversation of what causes autism. I thank you. I thank you for allowing me to be part of this committee. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Lupe. We'll go next to Horacio Amasquita, followed by Sarait Martinez.
Good afternoon. My name is Horacio Amasquita. I am a farmer. Also, I used to be a farm worker. I've been living here in the Salinas Valley since 1974. I migrated from Mexico, where I used to farm with my father. And 2005, I left the family farm because the community that we built in Salinas, we built 60 houses for farm workers. We also built farming co-ops and to get people to better wages because most of the farm workers were making minimum wage, just like now. So when I moved back to the community as a general manager, I was watching people dying from cancer because there was too much drift from pesticides and also fumigants that were polluting the water like TCP and high levels of nitrates that come from fertilizers. So by going through all that, I was amazed that people were so easy deteriorating their health and getting cancer. When I was there, 7 people died of cancer. And I left in 2023, and there were 7 more that were in chemotherapy. So it is difficult for farm workers and their families to be breathing pesticides and to be using water that has been contaminated with pesticides and also with nitrates. So I think it's very important that the health of the people and the life of living things need to be protected because when you're sick with cancer, it's a burning hell inside of you, and you're dying. And just to know that you've been exposed to so many dangerous chemicals, so the reason I'm interested in this committee is because we need to have action, no just words on paper, because the damage has already been done for decades, and we need to start acting, protecting the people. So I am happy to be part of this, but I do want changes. I do want protection for people and living things. Thank you.
Thank you, Horacio. We'll go next to Sarait Martinez and then Tim Prado.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. Saraid Martinez. I'm the Executive Director with Centro Binacional para el Desarrollo Indígena Oaxaqueño, which also translates to the Indigenous Binational Center Binational Center for the Indigenous Oaxacan Communities. I don't really have to think of our name as in English. It's always CBDIO or Centro Binacional for short. But I'm an indigenous Zapotec from the state of Oaxaca, born and raised in the Valley in Oaxaca, and came here when I was 16. My parents have always been farm workers in the Salinas Valley. Not only my parents, but my grandparents came through the Bracero program. And now, so like when I think about farm workers, like it's a really a personal issue for me, not only in terms of working conditions, environmental justice, and like health, like all is an intersection. And our farm workers like really have to live not only with like the conditions of working in the fields, and also with all the impacts it has not only in their bodies, but on like the air and like just everything they have to go through to work and feed us all. So I'm really passionate about the work that we do at CBDIO, and the organization has been around for 30 years. We were founded by indigenous Mixtecos in the San Joaquin Valley. And now we are an indigenous woman-led organization that has and covers two major regions in the state, the Central Valley and also the Central Coast. We have offices in Fresno, Madera, and two in Monterey County, Greenfield and Salinas. So our connections to our communities are deep, and we have worker committees in all of our regions, really working to address the working conditions of farm workers. And also not only looking and echoing what everyone mentioned about the impacts that pesticide exposure have on the health of farm workers, not only because they work with pesticides, but they live close to fields. We eat the fruits that we harvest. So everything in terms of the health, and also I think at this point in the current just realities, like we also have to rethink of, the way we farm and how we farm. And as indigenous communities that farm because it's part of our traditional and our knowledge, we know how to do it without pesticides. So kind of joining and being in the US and being exposed to the current agricultural system, we know it's really exploitative system, not only for communities, the economy, but just the impact it has in our bodies. So really passionate about the work that we do as Centro Binacional, and passionate about being here and joining wonderful leaders and experts about that have experience in working with pesticides and impacts in their own communities as well, to be part of this committee. And I think I just echo what everyone said on my interest. It's really one, continue learning about the impacts of pesticides and some of those alternatives to pesticide use. And also really centering workers and the health of workers, and the perspective and my kind of the perspective that I bring here and how it's impacting workers. But I think I echo what everyone said about, the impact we want this committee to have, and to model what a real advisory community looks like. So the recommendations and the suggestions that we do are really taken serious to make sure that we are continue to improve the health of our communities, of workers, and the environment. So just excited to be here, and and happy to share the space with so many great people that I know and respect for a very long time.
Thank you. Go to Tim Prado next, followed by Martha Dina Arguello.
Hi, everybody. My name is Tim Prado. I'm from Lamont, California. I also am a member of Lamont Progreso Comité, which is a group of residents that are advocates here. I'm also a student of leadership from Lupe. He's taught me so much of advocacy here in Kern County. Some of a short story. I'm the middle child of 7 children. My parents were farm workers in Lamont and all through the Central Valley. Currently, we all live still within Lamont, in the boundaries of Lamont. Nobody's ever been to Lamont. Lamont is a unincorporated area of Kern County. It is surrounded by agricultural development, and on the north side, we do have one refinery that refines oil into gasoline. We do have several issues in our boundaries. I actually started, when I started advocacy work, I started as a resident advocating for safer. And then as a director on a local water district here in Lamont, I was able to implement safer to guarantee access to water for my community for 50 years from now by receiving a grant of close to $30 million to build 4 new wells for our community. But the issue that still did not resolve the issue that I have with underground water. One of the topics I do want to focus is rich nitrate pesticide, non-pesticide, I don't mean pesticide, but I mean fertilizers used in crop production, and also pesticides, how they lead to the underground water table, which a lot of our disadvantaged communities rely on, unfortunately. Also, some of the other topics that I would like to see is, since my community is surrounded by agricultural development, one of the topics we've stirred up in our AB 617 chapter is that we would like to see vegetation barriers between specific receptors and agricultural developments. And we've seen these vegetation barriers being built and implemented on the north side of California and on the Central Valley. But when we come down to this area, we get pushback both from the farmers, the ag commissioner, and the actual farm owners because of the issue of water rights and then giving up their own land to put a barrier. But what we try to advocate is that these vegetation barriers serve both as a protection from dust pollution and also from potential pesticide risks towards community. Especially a lot of our schools are located next to agricultural development. So that's why we push for a lot of these investments in our community. And this is some of the topics that I want to concentrate on. Also, the continuation of limitation of usage on certain pesticides that I personally and the world considers toxic that we still use here in California.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Tim. Next, we'll go to Martha, followed by Rocio.
Great. Thank you, everybody. My name is Marta Dina Arguello. I'm the Executive Director of Physicians for Social Responsibility and also serve on the board of Californians for Pesticide Reform. And my belly button is buried in Matagalpa, Nicaragua, and the rest of me was raised in Los Angeles. And I've been engaging in community activism and social justice work since I was in high school. And for as long as I can remember, I've been motivated by this deeply held value that we have a moral obligation to leave things better than we found them. And that was when I started organizing in high school, that was true, and it's still true today. And then my educational background is I'm a health educator by training. And so I spent, about 25 years of my early career working as a health educator. So I have deep experience in risk communication, popular education, doing culture shift and other kinds of communication work directly with communities, and have done a lot of work where we actually produce materials with community. And I helped establish some of the first tobacco control programs for youth and communities of color, along with after the passage of California's first tobacco tax. And so I also went on to establish some of the first programs doing education and outreach for Latinos around the AIDS issue, and worked for many years in creating programs to ensure that all women had access to early detection programs and other support services for breast health for communities. And then about 27 years ago now, I made the shift to working with Physicians for Social Responsibility and Californians for Pesticide Reform, because as a health educator, I was increasingly troubled by women in their 30s, particularly Black and Latina women in their 30s with breast cancer who couldn't access early detection and were told you're too young. And then they weren't, they were dying from breast cancer because folks did not understand that there was the other causes of breast cancer. It's not just age and hereditary. Many are environmentally based. And so I started to read about the environmental links to disease. And given my background is in political science and public health, I completely understood before people started talking about social determinants of health. And certainly, what the built environment and pesticides are part of that thing that shapes our health. And we've heard all the stories already. And so I work with a lot of different communities. My organization works across the state. We do a lot of work in South LA, Southeast LA, throughout Los Angeles County from a range of issues. I live in a community that is surrounded by freeways and other pollution sources. And so, I don't work in just one community, but our health professionals and our staff often live and work in communities that are deeply impacted. And I've learned so much about I'm an urban girl, and so I understand about IPM, integrated pest management, have done work on training around that. But through many of the folks that are here on this committee, and you've done such a great job of picking an amazing dream team of people to work with, who have really made sure that I am grounded in understanding of the way that pesticides are experienced by the communities in the Central Valley. And so my hope and wish and commitment that I make to this EJAC is deeply informed by my experiences on the CARB EJAC. And I hope that we find constructive ways to work together, to build trust, to stay committed, even when it's hard, to developing ways to go beyond decide, announce, and defend models of decision-making. I believe in public service and I honor your service. And I believe that we need to strengthen that partnership between community and agency so that we can start actually centering the things that we need to do on the communities most impacted and figure out a transition away from practices that are driving climate change and so much health suffering.
Thank you, Martha. Last but certainly not least on our list, we have Rocio Ortiz. Rocio.
Greetings, everybody. I'm Rocio Ortiz Rivera. I'm currently a student at Cal State Monterey Bay, and I'm studying environmental studies with the minor in pre-law. Today, I'm here representing Safe Bag, Safe Schools and CPR. And a little short biography about me is I was raised in Watsonville. My parents' origin is from Oaxaca, Mexico. I represent the Mixtec community, indigenous community. And I'm also here representing youth who are also advocating for this, this change in our community. And we don't want this just to be a Band-Aid over the wound. We want DPR to listen to what we have to say, and we actually want them to make action and to not just hear what we have to say and shove it under the rug. We want to see change and we want to create that change. But yeah, a lot of my passion comes from also working in the fields. I was personally affected by pesticide exposure, and I see a lot of the injustices that happen in the field. And I want to come here and be part of that solution and be part of the change and work with all you wonderful people. And yeah, I'm ready to get started with this.
Great. Well, thank you all so much. It's great to get to know you just a little bit. And I know we look forward to hearing more about your personal experience and professional experiences as we move forward. At this point, we're going to keep moving and do a formal roll call. I know that some of you are new to sort of formalized advisory groups like the EJAC. One of the things that we have to do at the start of each meeting, and normally it'll happen a lot earlier in the agenda, is establishing quorum and making sure that we can proceed with the meeting. All of these meetings are subject to the Bagley-Keene Open Meetings Act that sort of governs how you can communicate with each other and how business can proceed when we're actually in public session. So in just a moment, I'm going to run through the formal list of EJAC members that we have. I'll do this alphabetically. If you could just indicate if you are here, and I know you are because we've already heard from you, then we can move through this fairly quickly. So if you could just respond here when I call your name. We'll start with Horacio Amasquita.
Yeah.
Marta Aguero.
Here.
Angel Garcia.
Here.
Erica Alfaro.
Here.
Bianca Lopez.
Presente. Here.
Thank you. Emily Marquez.
Here.
Lupe Martinez.
Here, present.
Thank you. Sorry, Martinez.
Here. Sorry.
Thank you.
Mute.
That's okay. Rocio Ortiz.
I'm here.
And Michelle Pereira.
Here.
Wonderful. With 11 members present, we do have. I'm sorry. Oh, and Tim Prado. I do apologize, Tim.
Here.
Thank you very much, Tim. With all 11 members present, we do have a quorum, so we can go ahead and keep moving through our agenda. The next item that we have up is an overview of the draft committee charter and possible adoption. Just real quickly before I turn it over to Denia Troxel from DPR's Office of Environmental Justice and Equity, I will note that this is an item that we're hoping to get your formal approval of. For all of these items, though, there will sort of be three parts. The first is a presentation of the material for consideration. The next is a discussion by all of the EJAC members. And then we move into the actual approval process. All of these items also include public comment before you take formal action, and I'll provide instructions on how we're going to run through that in just a moment. But with that, let me go ahead and hand it over to Denia, and I will give you the clicker if you want to advance through the slides. We'll go from there.
All right. Thank you, Sam. So, as the slide says, hi, greetings. I'll take a moment. Okay, we're all ready. Hi, everyone. My name is Denia Troxel, and I'm part of the Office of Environmental Justice and Equity at DPR. So, as you can see on the slide, today I will be providing a brief overview and highlighting a few key points from the draft charter to help guide and support the committee's discussion today. Okay. So the statutory requirements of AB 652 are listed on the slide for your reference, but I'm going to focus on the draft charter. Okay. So prior to this meeting today and leading up to today, DPR developed a few guiding documents that included the scope of work, the scoring criteria, and the draft charter, and they were released for public feedback in April of 2025. So to obtain further input, DPR also held 5 workshops throughout the state in May. These sessions were really an opportunity to share updates, hear directly from communities, and gather feedback to refine the documents. So the scope of work and the scoring criteria have been finalized based on public input, and the draft charter is ready for the EJAC to discuss. Now I have given a very brief overview, but we will really focus on the proposed draft charter because, as Sam mentioned, the committee will have the opportunity to discuss and potentially adopt this document today. As the title says and suggests, this is a draft document that outlines the EJAC's roles advisory role, governance structure, term limits, membership application process, and the procedure for submitting recommendations to DPR based on AB 652. So with that said, it is important to note that the EJAC, in consultation with DPR, is responsible for adopting the final version of the charter. The committee has seen this document before. It was shared in our April release, our workshops, and also included in the committee's onboarding materials. So I'm going to move on to some key points. All right. So the draft charter really serves as a foundational document that outlines the purpose, structure, and expectations of the EJAC. So as established by AB 652, the EJAC's primary role is to provide prioritized recommendations to DPR on how to integrate environmental justice considerations into the department's programs, policies, decision-making, and activities, and how the department can improve its engagement with communities with the most significant exposure to pesticides. While the EJAC plays a very vital advisory role, it is important to keep in mind that the final decision-making authority does rest with DPR's director. So in terms of governance structure, and Sam also mentioned this, the EJAC is considered a state body. So that means it's subject to the Bagley-Keene Open Meeting Act. And that ensures that all committees meetings are open to the public with proper notice and transparency around how decisions are discussed and made. Based on AB 652, we have our 11-member committee here today with specific representation requirements to ensure a broad range of perspectives and lived experiences are reflected. The statute also does require the EJAC to meet in public in a hybrid meeting format twice a year as a quorum, and at least one of those meetings held in an area of high pesticide use. So the draft charter includes an application process with statutory requirements, which was really used to seat the EJAC, and that's why we have you here today. For appointment terms, DPR is proposing that the EJAC members serve a 3-year term. When a term ends, members can be renominated for an additional 3-year term, as outlined in the draft charter. Alternates will also be appointed by the director using the same process, and an alternate only serves as a voting member when attending a publicly noticed EJAC meeting on behalf of an absent member. So, if a member needs to resign before the end of the term, they must submit a written resignation to both the director and the EJAC chairperson at least 10 days before the next scheduled EJAC meeting. Okay, so in terms of how prioritized recommendations are identified and shared, the draft charter kind of outlines a collaborative process where the EJAC works closely with the DPR staff from the Office of Environmental Justice and Equity to identify some key topics, policies, or programs for the committee's consideration. DPR may also bring forward items for the EJAC to review and discuss. Public comment received during the meetings of the EJAC are an important part of this process and should really help inform the committee's recommendations to DPR. All recommendations are approved by a majority vote, with each member having 1 vote and only when a quorum is present. Once finalized, the EJAC's prioritized recommendations will be posted on DPR's website as needed by DPR staff. The determination to remove a committee member from the EJAC falls within the director's authority. A member of the EJAC may be removed under any of the following circumstances. The committee may recommend the removal of a member if there is reasonable cause and the recommendation is supported by a 2/3 vote. The director will review the recommendation and determine whether removal is appropriate. The director may also choose to remove a member directly based on reasonable cause. And reasonable cause does not include any policy position the member has taken in their official EJAC capacity. Lastly, if a member misses 2 or more consecutive meetings of the EJAC without excused absence or prior communications to the DPR or the EJAC chairperson, the director may remove the member. An excused absence may include personal illness, family emergencies, or death of a loved one. Okay, so on to my last slide. I'm going to cover the election of chair and roles of chairs and or co-chairs. So with regards to the election, DPR proposes the EJAC elects a chair or up to 2 co-chairs by majority vote at a publicly noticed meeting of the EJAC. The chair or 2 co-chairs play a really vital role, a leadership role in the EJAC as they preside over the committee meetings and work closely with DPR staff from the Office of Environmental Justice and Equity to develop meeting agendas and reflect the committee's priorities and timelines. In addition, the chairs help coordinate the committee's deliverables, including the development and submission of prioritized recommendations to DPR. They serve as a central point of coordination to help really keep the process organized and moving forward. So with that, I conclude the end of my brief overview. Hopefully that will assist the preceding agenda items. I'm going to pause here for any discussion that will be led by Sam. So I really appreciate everyone's time. Thank you and attention.
Wonderful. Thank you, Denia, and thank you, EJAC members. Not always the most exciting thing, but the charter just helps organize how you plan on carrying out your discussions and kind of the rules for the road for participation. We'll leave this slide up on the screen for a while here on the role of the chair and co-chair, since that's the next agenda item. After we run through the charter, we're going to have a discussion to see whether any of you would like to serve in that role. It will be really critical in assisting DPR and making sure that the EJAC is meeting not just the needs of the legislation, but also all of your needs as a committee. At this point, we do want to go ahead and open it up for any discussion you may have on the charter. Just a quick reminder, I think everyone's found it, but at the back of your meeting packets, you can find a complete copy of the document as well as the slides that Denia just ran through. And real quickly, I know we're simulcasting these slides in Spanish, but I did want to put the QR code up on the screen again for anyone joining us online. If you would like to, you can scan the QR code with your mobile device or laptop, whatever you choose, to access the full charter. So just wanted to put that up for a while as well. But with that, I'd like to go ahead and open it up for discussion. We'd love to hear in particular if there are things that you'd like some additional clarification on within the charter, or if there's any changes that you think need to be made before we ask you to formally approve the document. So for those joining us on, for those EJAC members joining us online, just to make a little bit of a conversation queue, if you wouldn't mind using the hand raise feature before you provide comment, that would be wonderful. You can find hand raise at the bottom of your screen. And then for those members joining us in the room, if you would like to just jump in with your comment, that would be well. And I see that staff has a question. Please go ahead. Oh, thank you very much. Gentlemen, if you could. You can just read it off and all.
Okay, just reading into the record that Lupe will be stepping up for a few minutes.
Thank you for that. Another Bagley Keene reminder that I know those online have been reminded a few times, but in order to maintain quorum, we do actually have to make sure that people are present. And one of the definitions of present, if you're joining virtually is to make sure that your camera is on. The same thing goes for any individuals here in the room. If you have to step out and make a call, as Jenilyn just did, we'll be just reading your name off that you had to step away briefly. But with that, I will be quiet, and we'd love to hear your comments, either members joining us online or those here in the room. Any questions, areas of additional clarity that you need in the charter, or changes that you would like to see made? Okay, we'll start with Michelle Pereira-Ryan, followed by Martha Dina Arguello, and then I'll check in with folks in the room. Please, Michelle.
Thank you. So I had a clarification question. I know that we can be on this committee for 3 years, but of course we would like staggering committee members so that not all information is lost. And so I was wondering how we're going to do that. Are we going to have some actually be 3 years and others be 4 years? Are we going to have some be 2 years and others be 3 years? I think that's an important clarification to have. And then part of my other question, I know we only signed up for 2 meetings per year, but it seems that so much of the work that we're, all of us are concerned about is very important. And I wasn't quite sure. I know that the legislation was a minimum of 2 times per year, but if that was something the committee wanted to speak to. Those are my 2 thoughts. Thank you very much.
All right, if staff is comfortable weighing in on either one of Michelle's questions, that would be wonderful. So again, the first was, has there been discussion or thought about staggering membership so that the entire committee basically doesn't turn over at the end of one of those 3-year periods? The second question was whether or not more meetings per year can be held, since the legislation states that that's 2 is sort of the minimum. So staff, any thoughts?
Sure, I can start us off on the staggered terms. So I welcome the committee's idea on how we could potentially do that. When we drafted up this charter, we did consult with our other colleagues that have EJACs, and there's variation in how those committees term in and term out. To get the committee started, we just proposed all of you starting for a 3-year term. And that was really because it's like the beginning of the committee, but welcome your thoughts on how we would approach that, or like the language that we would want to include there. That's any other additions, Karen?
Yeah, I think we discussed and specifically did not include, because there's a number of different ways to do it, and wanted to solicit this group's feedback. I think that, we would love to be able to adopt the charter today. So I'm going to throw out a couple of options for consideration. Feel free to take these or amend or whatever that looks like. We could consider a extension for originating members for 1 or 2 years to allow for us to create a stagger based on initial appointments. We could elect to establish 2, 3, and 4-year terms so that we have a 3-year cycle for folks rotating off, given that it's proposed as a 3-year term, so that we haven't, if there is member turnover, every year, as opposed to kind of blocks of people coming off. I think those would be 2 recommendations to be able to do it. I think we would love folks to all be at least 2 years. So I wouldn't recommend like a 1-year term now to be able to rotate through. So those would be my 2 suggestions for what we could update language to be able to reflect that. But really appreciate you raising the point, Michelle, and I think we want to be able to capture some elements of that within the charter.
Thanks so much for that, Karen. So we'll jot down a few questions and then bring it back. I do want to go to Martha, and then we'll come back to Bianca here in the room. Martha, please.
Yeah, I want to take up the issue of how many meetings, and this is what I've learned on the EJAC. A lot of work gets done in between meetings by the co-chairs, and because we have to avoid sort of I call it relay meetings, you have to be really careful about subcommittees and those things. And so I think I can't remember what's in the scope of work. I'm just not looking at it right now, so I can't, but I think we should recognize that is what happens. And will probably happen, and then you're going to need more than 2 meetings. It's certainly to start, you're going to need more than that, And you know, at least I am certainly willing to help and work with you and fight for the resources to make that happen. I know that, you know, this isn't a flush year for the budget, but I do think if budget is an issue, we should talk about that and how we can help. But it's 2 meetings will not cover the work that is needed.
Thank you. Let's go to Bianca next, and then, sorry, Bianca?
Yeah, I was just hoping that we would get the second question, the second part of Michelle's about how many meetings we can have. I also do recommend more than 2.
Okay. That issue has come up from a number of you so far. This is by no means a formal vote, but I'd love to do a little pulse check and just see, get people's thoughts on that second question. Would you like to see more than 2 meetings per year? For those joining online, if you'd like to use the little hand raise feature, you're welcome to. And then for those here in the room, just a thumbs up or a nod. If you have some different suggestions, it'd be great to hear that as well. All right. That seems fairly unanimous. Staff, any thoughts on the minimum 2-year meeting?
Sure, I can definitely speak to that a little bit. So thank you all. And we heard that when we were doing our public workshops and the public comment on the draft documents. But Martha, thank you for acknowledging, you know, the state of the budget and the way things are, the current state of things. What we are funded for and what we're allocated is for 2 meetings per year. That's the short answer to it. I fully recognize that, you know, there's a desire for more meetings, but just resources wise, that's not what we have at this moment. So we'll make that note and we can continue having conversations about it. But at this time, we are meeting 2 times per year.
Yes.
So on that note, maybe adding something that says at minimum to if it's at minimum to, I know that it does say it in the piece of legislation, but right here, it's just on the first, like under authority, it says to support 2 annual meetings for the EJAC. Maybe I would like maybe to have it inserted there.
In addition to what it says on page 6.
Yeah.
That seems like a reasonable change.
I'm missing it.
Can you tell me, so you said it was on page 2 of the charter?
Page 1.
Page 1, sorry.
Under authority.
Oh,
Right.
I see. Support at a minimum 2 meetings.
Well, that's the funding for it reads funding for the EJAC was appropriated in the 24-25 budget and includes funding for DPR staff to support 2 annual meetings. So that's essentially what we were resourced for.
Could be in
But it is in the statute, I believe the word is in there already.
Let me go next to Sarai and then Rocio, and we'll come back to that.
I do feel like the 2 meetings or at least 2 meetings will be an important matter, and maybe that we need to figure it out outside the meeting. How do we go about it? Again, if it's the resources, I support Martha and figure out how do we solve that, or how do we go back to the legislator to figure it out an amendment to that language. I do think it's important to, you know, like pesticides and the work that the advisory committee intends to do is important. So we don't want to just be limited to our 2 meetings because like the topics are too important. So I do feel like if we don't get to a solution that we table and reconvene to figure out what's the best way forward. But I do think, at least in my opinion, that's an important thing that we need to address. I also echo the terms and the having multiple people in at different times. I think it's important for continuation of the work and just to help us with discussion and topics. So I also support that. And this is one of my second boards, so I don't know if I have the experience, but I don't know if you'll have access to people that can help us suggest different language. That way we can see options and help or bring scenarios that we can look at, something that works for the department. And I think my other question was kind of like going into more details. There's the option of the alternates. I think there should be a little bit more explanation of the process on like how do we want to just like clear steps on like how we're looking for alternates and replace regular members when we're absent. I think that will be helpful. And I think the last one, and I don't know if this goes in the charter or is more in the agenda, but I do notice that, you know, and because as Centro Binacional, we always engage in meetings and just like general public advisory meetings. I noticed that today's agenda, the public comment was at the end. It's at the end. So I don't know if we can also add the public comment at the beginning of the meeting, just to allow folks that may want to step out and not be in the meeting to just allow that. Not sure if that goes into the charter, but just like wanted to make that as another suggestion, as I believe public input is important and some people may want to not be in the whole meeting. So those will be my additional comments.
I can certainly speak to the question of timing of public comment. That can be shifted around to any portion of the agenda. We sort of made the decision to put it towards the end of this first one, just because the committee wasn't formally convened until I called roll. And there was nothing to comment on at that point. But I think your point's very well taken. And we understand for members of the public, it's important to build in multiple opportunities to participate in the process. And quite frankly, the public's input is just as important for all of your recommendations as you know, as DPRs or any outside experts are as well. So thank you for that suggestion. All right, let's go to Rocio and then back in the room.
Yeah, I agree with Sarai and what most of my peers were saying. I believe we should add more than 2 meetings, because this topic that we're talking about is a serious topic, and it's not just that something that we talk about 2 times a year and that's it. We want to talk about it as many times as possible because we want to find the best solutions. And yeah, like Sarah mentioned too, maybe also putting the public comments towards the beginning to see what they also are suggesting for us. And I think it would just be better because they might not be staying the whole meeting and they might want to be saying something urgent.
Thank you for that. Any questions or comments from members joining us here in the room? Anything else you'd like to weigh in on?
I would just like clarity on or clarification on the budget piece listed under the authority on page 1 of the charter that Celia pointed out. It states that the EJAC was appropriated in 2024-25 budget and includes funding for DPR staff to support 2 annual meetings. Is that the state budget? Is that the DPR budget? And then will we have the opportunity to increase that budget to allow for more meeting times in the next 25-26 budget or whatever the number is?
I see. I'll just quickly say that's the state budget. DPR does not have the authority to give its own self funds. I will say on the subject of the 2 meetings, we did find on page 4 in the governance structure, we can add at minimum there, Angel, if that works as an amendment to this, where it's 4A2, EJAC will meet as a quorum at minimum 2 times per year, just throwing that out there on this topic. But yeah, that is a state budget that DPR does not have control over. Karen, did you want to add anything there? Okay.
Yes, Erica.
Yeah, I wonder if that's the solution to just like the budget situation. If need be, could this be virtual? I know that there's, I mean, we could do some in person as well, but then also have the flexibility of doing virtual so that it would be little bit more accommodating and less expenses if that would be. And I know that, right, we have you, Sam, to discuss and facilitate, and I know that all these lovely people's times need to be paid, but I just kind of wonder like how that could potentially offset some of the costs, just consideration to go to Zoom or online.
So this is a Bagley King committee. We're required to have an in-person. So that's one piece that I'll just off the bat share is like, we do have to have certain requirements because of the type of committee this is. I will offer, and maybe this is something the committee can discuss, as someone referred to earlier in the scope of work, we do include the possibility for subcommittees or committees that are, from this larger committee, should there be topic that requires more discussion, and that would be a committee made up of less than a quorum, right? Because once we're in quorum, then it triggers all these other rules, but that's an option. I mean, that's something that the committee can consider, is to do that additional thinking, brainstorming, discussion with less than a quorum as a subcommittee. So just kind of throwing that out there as another flexibility you guys can think through. Right, and the subcommittee can be virtual. Thank you, Karen. Yes.
Thank you for that. Let's go to Martha and then Tim. I think you're muted, Martha.
That was an old hand.
Oh, gotcha. Thanks so much. Tim and then Michelle.
Regarding the meetings, I know it's like a financial question and regarding what budget you were given by the state. I just have one comment. Will AJ members of the committee be invited when DPR are holding local events in their communities? Because I know DPR comes down to Kern County all the time, so I was like, would that be visible or possible? I know without violating the Brown Act and having more than one member there, more than several members present, but technically, that's my question.
Just for clarification, your question is whether we would invite EJAC members to events DPR is holding that are not EJAC meetings, but other types of events in your communities?
Yes, and then regarding the co-chair and the co-chair's responsibilities for planning the agenda, technically I've served in several, one here in the county level and as director on a special district. I've learned that the chair does have a lot of powers regarding how the agenda is moved and passed. Would individual AJAC members have opinion on what they would like to see on the agenda, or it would just be basically planned out by the chair and the co-chair?
So I'll start with your first questions. On its face, I don't see an issue with inviting folks. We usually send out like broad communication, we're having an event, but they're on its face, don't see an issue with directly letting EJAC members know that we're going to be in your community. We'll touch base with our legal team and get back to you if there's any specifics on that. But on its face, it sounds like it's totally reasonable. And I think when it comes to the agenda, I think that's up for the committee to decide. I think the way we envisioned it was the chair / co-chairs, if there's two of you that you decide you want to fit in that role, would coordinate with all of you to develop that agenda. But it's also up for you guys to discuss.
Thanks so much. Let's go to Michelle and then Lupe.
Okay, so I was looking at the document, and if we want to change it to that minimum, right? That it does actually, so number 2, authority does have that 2 annual instead of minimum. So if we're able to change it there, in area 6G, it actually already says at a minimum 2 public meetings. So that is the way we're speaking to it. And then in 7.2, if we could add a minimum. So those were the areas that I saw too. And then my other question was also, as we think about the chairs for this committee, how long will they stay as chair is something else that we need to think about and discuss. as part of this also, so that we know when new chairs should be come up again. And then as far as kind of language that we could use for the staggering, we could, you know, say something like, to establish staggered terms, the committee shall assign initial terms of 4, 3, and 2. And then following, they will all be 3 years long, right? So something like that. Or we can say that 4 members will serve 4 years, 4 members will serve 3 years, 4 will do 2 years all the time. So there's consistent staggering. So just language for us to be thinking about to add to this. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thanks, Michelle. Let's go to Lupe.
Yeah, I agree with Michelle. I think on the staggering of the terms, I think that would be great. I was also thinking about the subcommittees. And the subcommittees, I would imagine that there would only be recommendations that would be coming to the EJAC board. I mean, is that the case? And certainly two meetings a year is not going to be enough. Pesticides is all year round. I remember when I was always looking and thinking about what was going to happen in April and May, because those were months that were very heavily, either farm workers were exposed, contaminated communities. And so, and there's been some change, but it's all year round. And so I think we need to consider also the subcommittees and that role and what that is to be able to maintain and be able to obtain the information from farm workers and the communities in itself.
Thanks, Lupe. To your first point, you know, in most Bagley Keene bodies, when there's either kind of an ad hoc subcommittee or a subset of the members, they would come up with recommendations to bring back to the full group. Only the full group itself can be tasked with making formal, you know, formally approved recommendations. Your second comment about the timing of meetings, I think is something this group needs to certainly strongly consider as the calendar is set in the future. So appreciate that. We are getting close to time on this item. Before we go back to Michelle, I want to pose a question to the group. I will note that Eric Alfaro, is right here. Fine, thank you. Appreciate that. Want to pose a question to the full group. Given that you've had some suggestions about, by my count, 3 primary issues and then a number of potential cleanups. The major issues being the total number of meetings. We've talked about that quite a bit. Sorry, you mentioned you'd like to see more explanation of how alternatives are, or how alternate members are selected. And then there were questions about the staggering of terms and the term of the chair to make sure that there's not a complete turnover at the end of that 3-year period. Do you feel you have enough information right now to approve this document, or do you think that some additional cleanup needs to happen and that you would address it at your next meeting? So I'd really love to get input on that question before we discuss anything else. Your thoughts, either in the room here or online. And Michelle, you have a hand up.
Yeah, my hand is for what has been spoken to about subcommittees. Is there something that we can add to the document, since there is no language about subcommittees and the creation of subcommittees to work on work in between the 2 meetings? So I don't know if we can also add something to that, about that to the charter. Thank you.
I
Wonderful, thank you.
I echoed that one. Sorry, I didn't raise my hand. I echoed
That's
that.
okay.
I also agree that we're not ready to make a recommendation and there needs to be additional work.
Okay, thanks so much. Any other thoughts? Yes, Emily.
Yeah, I think that's a great suggestion about adding something around subcommittees. I don't think we're quite ready, but I was curious what the consequences of not adopting the charter this meeting. If we have to wait 6 months or whatever until the next meeting, then what happens with the EJAC work? So
That was my next question to staff. You're reading my mind. Then, and beyond 6 months out, the next item on your agenda was the adoption or election of a chair and co-chair. So staff, I don't know if you have any thoughts or if maybe you need to huddle for a few minutes to talk before we move forward, but I don't know if you have any thoughts on Emily's question.
Yeah, we probably need to kind of group together and think through what this how this plans out, but do have a couple of clarifying questions for the committee. So there was a mention of alternates and questions around how they would fill in the seats. So we do have 3 alternates appointed to this committee. If there are specific suggestions on language you want to incorporate on how we how they would fill in for an absent EJAC member, we welcome those thoughts. And then any discussion from this committee on the chair or co-chair's term lengths was another one that came up. So do folks have specific thoughts on those too?
Tim, please.
So previous roles, I've noticed that the co-chair and chair only serve 1-year term, and immediately start a business year of next year, they begin elections for a new co-chair or chair, and it's open to the floor for nominees. I technically prefer this method in all responsibilities because it does allow the opportunity for all members of committees or committee to serve as a co-chair and chair.
Thanks for that suggestion, Tim.
Can I'm sorry, I didn't raise my hand.
Oh, Lupe, go ahead, and then Michelle.
Okay, yeah, I know that we had a deadline there to see if certain members were interested on either chair or being co-chairs. Were there any?
Any folks who have expressed interest so far? Is that your question? Yeah. Dania.
Thank you, Lupe. Yes, so we were requesting that we had any interest we sent an email for everybody. We had 1 person interested. Am I able to say who it is or?
Yeah, I think
Okay.
that's about fine.
Bianca was the only one that mentioned being interested. And so there you go. We haven't received any other interest.
Michelle, please, and then, Bianca, since your name just came up, I don't know if there's anything you'd like to share, and then Michelle. My apologies, Michelle.
Thank you. Just to clarify, I did want to throw my name in the hat for co-chair. I don't think I can handle just the chair, so I would advocate for the committee to approve 2 co-chairs.
Thank you. Michelle, please.
My thought for the length of chair would be actually 2 years. And the reason I'm thinking that is just because the limited time that we're meeting is only a minimum of 2 times. And so I think by the time they get their feet wet, understand what's going on, 1 year won't be enough. If we were meeting more frequently, I think that would be, but with the infrequency that we're meeting, I think it may take longer for a chair to understand the role and get moving with it. And so my recommendation would be for a 2-year term for the chairs. Thank you.
Thank you for that. And Martha, I hate to put you on the spot, but I know you had a really good suggestion that you provided online as well. It feeds into the discussion of chair and how agendas are set and everything. And I don't know if you want to speak to that at all.
Yes, I think it's important for the committee to sort of think about what are we're going to have to think about priorities. That way the co-chairs kind of know what topics to bring up and what issues are emerging. And then what I suggest, if individual members, because we have to follow rules, if individual members have something they want to bring up, just reach out to the co-chairs. And what I would ask is, would you want an email that's also CC'd to DPR staff so that we kind of can track communication so we know we're complying? So there is, we try to do a very good job of learning and listening to all the members so that and having a plan. And I will say that for this committee, it will be really important to have a sense of the work, because the scoping plan for the CAR process really laid out what our work was, right? And then that year, the last year and a half that we've been permanent, we've had to do more of this. Like, what are the things that we want to talk about? How are we going to bring up these issues? And we do that, 10 or 15 minutes at the end of a meeting.
Thank you. Great suggestion. Back to Tim. And then I have a proposal for the group. Oh,
I actually, for the actual, since we're talking about subcommittees and having two co-chairs, I think the two co-chairs should be actually serving on separate subcommittees. So like that, when they work together to plan out our agendas and our next meeting, they bring in both sections. So like that, there won't be that whole, again, violation of the Brown Act and us meeting together. And that's my theory, that I think both co-chairs should represent separately subcommittees. So like that, allowing us to split the work and then bring it together as one. But
Great,
also,
thanks,
I also like Martha's idea of having that co-chair being able to individual members of the committee contacting the chair or co-chair about issues that they would want to bring up to the rest of the body.
Yeah, thank you all for this discussion. So I have a little bit of a proposal. One, want to share where I'm coming from on this. So I think what I'm proposing is that we move off of this agenda item, potentially take a break while the staff here drafts up some edits. So if we can get some clarity on the points that are being brought up, I'll run through what I'm hearing here and we can draft some proposed language. But the intent and where I'm coming from on this is, if we agendize this for a next meeting, that takes up more of that meeting and comes back to the issue of the 2 meetings per year. So I really would like to get something for your consideration drafted up tonight and vote on so that we can move forward with the important work the committee's doing. But to do that, we would need to move off of this agenda item, perhaps take a break, Sam, or move to a later agenda item while we draft up something for your consideration and formal vote. If that sounds doable, what I have jotted down is some of them are clean and clear. So like one of them is to add minimum to that page 6. We can totally do that. The other is this discussion on staggering of terms. What I've heard as a proposal from Michelle was 2, 3, and 4 year terms to start off, and then a 3-year for everybody following that. Is that something that we can add there? We're having a discussion on chair term lengths. I don't think I have clarity on what the committee thinks is appropriate there. I heard a 1 year or a 2 year. So if maybe if we can chat through that. And then still looking for some clarity on alternates and what language you wanted to include there. I will also say not every single detail needs to be outlined in your charter. It's like governing structure, a document that's meant to kind of get you going and organize the committee. But like lots of these details don't necessarily have to be in there. So I will throw that up for consideration as well. Yeah, thanks, Karen, for that suggestion. So Karen asked to run through the process that we used for this meeting since you didn't have a charter and you hadn't met yet. So what we did is, as we mentioned, we have 3 alternates appointed to this committee. And what we did is they're a pool of alternates essentially. And we had a member that wasn't going to attend today. So we were like, okay, what's our process for this? We went to alphabetical order, asking them for their availability, and then we're going to just rotate through them. At the end of the day, we are all here, which is great, but that was the process that we had proposed and outlined. So we can pull that language and add it in there for your consideration if that sounds reasonable, but we didn't have like a 1-for-1 alternate. So for example, like on-house alternate is not the same person every time. We have a pool and it would be on an alphabetical order going through it. So that's what we propose and use for this meeting. If that sounds reasonable to you all, we can totally draft up that language and include it. If there's something else you want to do, let us know. And go ahead.
Thank you. So as Celia mentioned, we do want to move off of this and provide you some additional language to react to. I know that there's a couple of hands up, but I would propose right now that we take a 20-minute break to give staff an opportunity to provide some refined language to this, and then bring it back to you for the next agenda item. There's a bunch of hands up, so let me start with Martha, then Michelle, and then over to Bianca.
Yeah, I don't know that I think Michelle was first, but I'll just say it fast and I could come up with language. I think each member should choose their alternate and they can fill out an application because it's continuity and information is important. And if just a random person, because they're in a queue versus, let's say, someone from my organization whose job it is to make sure they show up and are ready and provide me with briefings. So, and that's been the convention since the very first Environmental Justice Advisory Committee back in 2000, I don't know.
Thanks, Martha. Michelle.
Yeah, I just wanted to add that the only thing I did not hear about, with the redoing of the charter was the some language around subcommittees. And so I wanted to make sure that that was added to that when you were drafting a new one. Thank you.
Thank you.
I know we're gonna go on break. The only thing I will add to is I do worry about making a decision. I know we said that this could be added or we can maybe adopt or think about adopting something like this, and then because it's flexible, and I still worry about that just because it is a document, it will hold us accountable. So I do think we need to do a little bit of cleanup and explore what does that mean and what the timeline and how do we approve. Just wanted to mention that.
So if I understand your concern correctly, you'd prefer to wait and not revisit it today? Is that correct?
Yeah, just because there's a lot of details that needs to be added. I don't feel comfortable voting without having those in there. So that would be my recommendation.
Okay, understood.
Well, maybe it ties into Saraid's comment right now is we do have public comment scheduled for this before a vote. So we do have public comment before the committee officially takes a vote. Do we want to lean into that before we make any revisions? Do you guys want to do what kind of pathway? And it may tie into what you're saying, Saraid, if we hear from the public and there's more edits you guys have, that may change the course of the document. So just wanted to throw that out there that for timing wise, and if folks have thoughts on that.
Bianca, please.
So that was my concern, that we were going to move forward without hearing from the public on this issue that we would be making a decision on. And then I wanted to see if the charter states, and if you can point out where it states how we change the charter and when that might be able to happen.
Thank you for that. I mentioned it right at the outset of the meeting. Any item that requires the formal approval of this group will include a public comment period before the vote is taken.
Right.
Yeah,
right.
Absolutely.
But does the charter state how often we can change it or how we change it? Is my question.
I don't believe so. And, I know that many of you have been involved in processes like this in the past. One suggestion, you can take it or leave it. Don't put so much into the charter that it becomes inflexible. If it's not specifically mentioned in the charter, there's nothing that says you can't do something like amend it.
Well,
So just I'll throw that out there as a suggestion. Ultimately, obviously, it's the group's decision.
I would also just like to see that language access, language on language access and transparency is also included in the charter, which I didn't see. So if I missed that, please point that out to me.
Okay.
And
yes, please.
just a quick note on that transparency on section 6, letter H. If we can perhaps remove as needed and just have it read, shall be posted on the department's internet website.
I'm sorry, what page are you on?
Under
Page 4.
Page 4.
Advisory committee's recommendation for the department. The advisory committee recommendation for the department shall be posted as needed on the department's internet website.
And then another quick piece would be, I can find it. It's also in the spirit of transparency. Oh yes, record keeping. So the records of the the last transparency requirements. Letter C, very last sentence currently reads copies of the minutes will be provided upon request. Maybe copies of the minutes will be posted on DPR's website.
Is it referring to printed copies? Because the minutes aren't they required to be provided to the public? I don't know if that's what it's referring to when it says copies.
Understood.
And then just to continue Angel's point on as needed, maybe it should state immediately because as we have recommendations, it will be needed, right? But I think maybe we should as soon as I don't know, within a certain amount of time, but it will always be needed.
Great, thank you. All right, so at this point, I will make a suggestion to the group. I think that we need to take a 15-minute break now to give staff the opportunity to huddle.
But before you huddle, I think we do need to hear from the public because we will need to take their points into consideration before we even move forward.
Okay. Your point's well taken. It will take staff a little bit of time to put all of this together and come up with a proposal on how to proceed. But let's go ahead and move to public comment at this point. So for those members of the public joining us here in the room and individuals joining us online, we would like to go ahead and open public comment specifically to items on the agenda. There will be a public comment period at the end of the agenda for any general comment you have for items in front of the committee. This public comment is limited to only the charter that is in front of the EJAC right now. I would ask, please keep your comments to no more than 3 minutes. And the way that we will do this, for those individuals joining us here in the room, I'll look around for a show of hands and invite you to come up to the speaker table to deliver your comment. Please state your first and last name before you make your comment. For those individuals joining us online, after we run through comment in the room, we'll go in order of hands raised online. You can find, again, that raise hand icon at the bottom of your screen. Go ahead and click that. I will read out your name and then staff will unmute you when it's your turn. So hopefully that's clear to everyone. So let me look first to individuals joining us here in the room to see if there's any public comment specific to the draft EJAC charter. Would any members here any members of the public here in the room like to comment on the draft EJAC charter? Okay. Let me go next to attendees joining us online. Again, please use the hand raise feature. I currently see one hand up from Yanli Martinez, followed by Sarah Ered. And I do apologize if I mispronounce anyone's name, but let's go first with Yanli Martinez and then Sarah Ered. Yanli, please.
Okay, this is Ana Barrera. I'm with Salinas Safe Ag Safe Schools. We're here with about 10 members of Safe Ag Safe Schools. And one of the things that I appreciate about this committee is you're finally meeting together, representing the needs of, not just the Salinas Valley, but all our community members that are affected by pesticides throughout California. I'm a teacher here in Salinas. I've been teaching here for 19 years. And so I've spoken before DPR, and so I appreciate the conversation that you're having regarding this charter. And I do urge this committee to sit back and really write down what you are expected to do, how you're going to meet. I do expect this committee to meet more than 2 times a year because of the needs of our community and because of what's happening right now, specifically in the Salinas Valley with Corpicorin 1,3-D and the excessive use of that pesticide on our community compared to the rest of the state of California. So please be mindful of what your duties are, which are to protect our communities from these harmful pesticides and create regulation. And so that requires you to develop a charter that is very specific on what you're going to do. There are already committee members that are going to be the backup already established. I think there's 3 community members that are set aside to come in and serve to represent you. And so I know right now somebody mentioned that it's going to have to come from the agencies that you are serving. But I think DPR already created a list of backup alternates. And so that those backup alternates need to be respected in terms of filling in for anyone who's out. And also to consider, will that already be counting towards their first year, second year, if they're in backup? If you could clarify that language in your charter. Because I know that whoever's right now serving as backup, like, will in the future, they're going to be listening to all your meetings and they're going to be ready to really serve as a full-time member at some point. So thank you very much for what you're doing. Thank you for your public service. I really appreciate each and every one of you, and I look forward to hearing your meetings. We're a packed room right now, and we're here to celebrate this great victory, which is creating a committee on environmental justice advisory committee for our state. Thank you.
Thank you so much. All right, I see one additional hand raised from Sarah Arid. Sarah?
Yes, thank you so much. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Great. Okay, great. Yeah, thank you so much. I just really, really appreciate this important venue of the EJAC and the time and commitment of committee members and DPR staff for this. It's really important for greater transparency around pesticide regulation in California. So a couple of points with respect to the charter. One, I think it would be great if there was language in the charter that could address one of the problems that we've been seeing recently with respect to public meetings that DPR has held where participation is virtual. Currently, the way that DPR has structured it, if people have a question in like a question and answer box, the questions do not appear unless DPR decides to answer a question, and only at that point does the question appear. The reason why this is problematic is because it leaves the public with no indication at all of what DPR is actually doing or responding to. I don't know how you manage that with the raising hands and lowering hands, but I think that's also a problem. We've had multiple people now who have had either hands raised or have had submitted questions that were unanswered. And the only reason we know that is because we happen to know who was on the calls or in the meetings, and they told us that. So I think there needs to be some form of accountability and transparency so that the public is aware of all the questions and concerns that the public has and is raising, and it's not sequestered or determined by DPR what the public sees. So that would be one point. The second point, and I realize that may not be something that DPR was intending to do, but that is the impact that it's having. The second item is request that these meetings, and honestly all DPR public meetings, be recorded and posted online in an easily accessible place on DPR's website. I think that really is important for public transparency and accountability. And then just because listening to the conversation, I just had 2 questions that are related to the charter, although not language specific. But one is, can DPR legal staff please clarify? My understanding is that the Brown Act does not apply to EJAC. It's Bagley-Keene, and I just want to make sure that that's clear. And if I'm mistaken, that's fine. But I just want to make sure that that's clear to all of us, EJAC members and public alike. And then the second piece is with respect, I understand that DPR is not able to set its own budget, but it does have the capacity and does propose its budgets that it moves forward to Cali PA and then to the governor's office. So wanted to see if there was any kind of a commitment that DPR staff might be able to make around seeking additional funding for EJAC, so EJAC can meet more than just twice a year, which is not is definitely insufficient considering the importance of this matter to communities around California. Thank you.
Thank you. And very quickly to your first question, you are correct. This body is subject to the Bagley-Keene Open Meetings Act, not the Brown Act. The Brown Act is very specific to local government bodies. So just clarification there. All right. Are there any additional public comments at this time? Okay. I'd like to go ahead and propose, I'd like to go ahead and propose that we reconvene at 5:20 to give staff an opportunity to have a short discussion on the wonderful comments received from the public and the EJAC members in terms of our path forward on the charter. So we'll go ahead and reconvene in 15 minutes at 5:20. Thank you. For those members joining us online, we are going to get started. If you could please take your seats. We are going to get started. We need to re-establish a quorum here to make sure that everybody is present. All right. With 4 in-person members present at the table and 6 members present online, we do still have a quorum. We'll go ahead and get started. Thank you all for your wonderful comments on the charter. I know it's never easy to work through those kind of logistical documents, and as you all correctly noted, they really do sort of set the stage for how you're going to work together as a group moving forward. So really appreciate your thoughtful comments, as well as those provided by the members of the public. Staff had a chance to huddle a little bit in the back room, and we want to go ahead and we want to put out a proposal for all of you, and that is there's some language that I think we really need to work through a little bit with a chair and co-chair, so we'll get to that in just a moment. But we'd like to go ahead, we'd like to propose bringing a revised document back to your next meeting. I know a couple of you had mentioned that previously. We want to make sure that we get the language right and that it's reflective of all of your concerns. So I'd love, I don't think it requires a formal vote, but I'd love just to, if anybody really opposes pausing and bringing this back at your next meeting, we'd love to hear about it. Any thoughts? Bianca, please.
I'm not sure that we were done making any more recommendations either, but I wanted to make sure that an accountability and transparency piece is added to the charter, including language access, public comment that is being submitted virtually or in person, how those get tracked and how those are shared with the EJAC. And then the public comment that was made earlier on recordings and making sure that it's stated that they will be recorded and shared on the website. Yeah, and then something on the commitment to propose budget proposal to include more than 2 meetings.
Yeah, so that was another thing. This meeting is being recorded, and there'll be a transcript and a detailed meeting summary provided as well. We want to be able to go back through that transcript and make sure that we get all the specific suggestions that you provided right before trying to roll something out, in a 20-minute time period.
Sorry, and then also the Zoom abilities.
Sure, yeah, all of that's reflected in the transcript, and we want to make sure that that's included. So unless there's any big pushback, we'd like to go ahead and pause on the charter and bring that back for further discussion and hopefully approval at your next meeting. All right. Staff did have a chance to talk a little bit with Department of Pesticide Regulation Council as well. And they informed the group that we can move forward with the selection of a chair and co-chair, as well as selection of your next meeting location, the two of the agenda items remaining this evening. So we would like to go ahead and move forward with that. I do see that there's a hand up from Lupe. And again, just a quick reminder that we will bring our revised charter back for your consideration based on everything discussed today at your next meeting. Lupe, you had a question.
You're muted.
Oh, you're muted. Sorry, you're muted.
Yes, the question is, when is that next meeting? It's going to be until the second meeting, or is it in between, or when are we getting together again, or how is it happening?
The meeting has not been scheduled yet. Celia or Denny, I don't know if you have any thoughts on overall schedule. We'd certainly have to presumably poll all of the members for your availability. And there will be 2 meetings, a minimum. I want to make sure that we're very clear. A minimum of 2 meetings in 2026. So I think that polling and scheduling exercise will happen very shortly following this discussion, but it hasn't been scheduled yet.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Aicha.
Just want to read into the record that committee member Michelle Ryan has left the meeting.
Okay, thank you for that. We still have 10 members present. That does constitute a quorum. Thank you. All right, so at this point, we'd like to go ahead and take a look at our next agenda item. And specifically, that's an EJAC discussion on selecting the chair and co-chairs. As with the charter, we expect this discussion to take really three parts. The first is a discussion amongst yourselves. The second would be public comment on any nominations made. And then the third portion of that would be formal approval of the chair and co-chair. So we don't have a formal nomination process. We're really looking more for any volunteers, and many thanks to Bianca for already jumping into that a little bit. Bianca, I want to honor the comment that you made earlier that you'd really prefer to have a co-chair to work with. And just a quick note, we do expect to work with the chair and or co-chair on the refinement of the charter as well. So that'll be one of the first tasks for that group, is making sure that that we got all of your edits correct based on this discussion. So with that, I will go ahead and pause here for any discussion from the EJAC members. And in particular, is there anybody who would like to join Bianca in her with her kind offer to volunteer?
Also willing to step back if there are two other people that wanted to, or other folks that want to.
Thank you very much for that. Much appreciated.
So
So
Here we are. Yes, Erica.
if no one is extremely eager to step in as this co-chair with lovely Bianca, I'm more than happy to support in that role. But I know that there's other individuals here who are also very qualified and have a lot of experience serving in committees and as co-chairs or chairs.
Great, thank you. So just to recap, if anybody had any trouble hearing, Erica Alfaro has kindly offered to serve as co-chair as well. I see a hand up from Rocio Ortiz, followed by Tim Prado. Rocio?
Yes, yeah, I would like to be a nominee for co-chair.
Thank you, Rocio. And Tim?
Well, my experience comes from government committees and commissions. I'm open to serving as a co-chair, as I've learned from those how to act, and I think while they're different worlds apart, they're similar in the kind of structuring and kind of leading aspect.
Thanks, Tim. Right, so we have 4 individuals who have kindly offered to serve in a role as co-chair. Where do we go from here? Always the wonderful question. This isn't, it's not necessarily intended to be a lengthy election process by any means. We don't expect you to have a stump speech or anything like that. But we would just love any suggestions. And I will note that Michelle Perea Ryan, for the record, has rejoined the meeting. Thank you, Michelle. We're just having a discussion of the election of chair and co-chair. So any other thoughts or discussion that people would like to provide? Erica, yes.
Given that there's interest, I would like to send my.
If only it worked this smoothly in other elections. Thank you, Erica. All right. So Bianca Lopez, Rocio Ortiz, and Tim Prado have all offered to serve as chair or co-chair. Any other thoughts or anyone else who would like to volunteer? And I will note, I know some of this is probably impacted by the discussion of chair and co-chair terms that we had later. That's one of the things that will need to be clarified in the next draft. And there were a couple of different competing suggestions there.
could we maybe, as a committee, decide if we want to chair and co-chair so that we know how many people we're putting in this position?
Certainly. And Denny, I would look to you, since I know you had a lot of a big role in drafting the first draft of this document, but is there a limit on chair or co-chair's number?
We were just talking about that.
Excellent.
So since the charter is still in draft, and we can definitely make that edit if you guys want to do 3 co-chairs. So up to the committee.
There we go. Lupe, please.
I like the idea of 3 co-chairs.
Wonderful. Right. Any other questions for consideration? So again, there's a suggestion to have 3 co-chairs. Currently, we have 3 volunteers in Bianca Lopez, Rocio Ortiz, and Tim Prado.
Yeah, I think that's a great idea that we have 3 on the carb one. And when everyone is stepping up, it does help with the distribution of work and division of labor. So.
Thank you, Martha. And I see a hand up from Michelle as well.
Yeah, I just wanted to know from those who volunteered whether they were thinking, I'm good with being a third, 3 co-chairs, or were they volunteering thinking at first that there was only one that had put out their hand. And so then we're volunteering just to double check on that and how the people who are volunteering for this are feeling. Thank you.
Thank you. I definitely don't want to put words in anyone's mouths. I believe they all said that they are interested in being a co-chair, very much not just a chair by themselves, but I'd love to hear from Bianca, Rocio, and Tim, your thoughts on this discussion as well.
I actually like the idea of 3 chairs. It'll split the work. And then as an avid person, as an avid believer that women should be front of men and men behind them, I'm willingly to share the spot with 2 women and have them in front of me, and I just stand in the back.
Right on, Tim.
Okay. Rocio and Bianca, your thoughts?
I agree. I think 3 is perfect because we get to divide the work. And thank you, Tim, for the comment.
And Bianca?
Agreed.
Okay, wonderful. Seeing no more hand, I'll have one more call for any discussion, and then we'll move to public comment. All right, seeing no more hands raised among the committee members, let's go ahead and move to public comment, specifically on the selection of your EJAC co-chairs. I want to make sure everyone's aware. We're talking about 3 co-chairs for the group. So as we did last time, I will start with individuals here in the room and then move to members of the public joining us online. Are there any members of the public here in the room that would like to comment on the EJAC co-chairs selection? Something actually sounds like a cricket in the background, which is pretty funny when I ask that question. All right. Okay, let me go next to individuals joining us online. I see one hand up from Yanely Martinez. Ms. Martinez, if you would like to provide your comment.
Yes, thank you. Yanely Martinez here from the beautiful Monterey region. I just want to congratulate all of you there. And basically, we were having a great discussion here. We're having a watch party, and so there's a lot of celebration and conversation. And we really want to say, well, I'm going to say myself, I'm not going to put words on people's mouths. I think it's only ideal and right that we have 2 co-chairs, not 3. I mean, because then at the end of the night, we're going to end up with 5. So let's just keep it at 2, and let's make sure that we represent the Central Coast and the Central Valley. So let's just narrow it down to 2. And what a better way to start this community environmental justice advisory committee with a bang by having a young chair there. Rocio, you're amazing. You're representing all the future leaders of change and all the youth across California, making sure that people understand that finally the youth voices are being heard. So yeah, that is my comment. Anybody else here in the watch party that want to speak besides Yanely?
Hi, Karen Cameron. I'm also here with Yanely Martinez. And I double ditto basically. We're having discussion that 3 is just a little confusing and weird. So if anything, we're thinking maybe there should be a chair and a co-chair with an alternate for each position, or potentially 2 co-chairs at the most. I also think that Rocio Ortiz would be a great selection in terms of the youth and what she's done with Future Leaders of Change. And I see other viable people that have not spoken up as to being a part of this, but several online, Sarai Martinez and others that, if you're willing to do what they require, I think you might make a good chair, several of you.
Somebody else?
Hi, Victor Torres. Also here just to put on the record, I'm one of the alternates. And also here just to reiterate the 2 of my peers' statements on that 2 co-chairs seems like a very good amount, and also just pretty fair and balanced for a board of at most 11 people. And I would also like to reiterate the statement that Rocio Ortiz would be a perfect and nominee for a co-chair. This board is in need of fresh, new, young ideas and perspectives, and I feel Rocio, who has done so much in the way of presenting new ideas and leading change, would perfectly serve that purpose and be an amazing voice as a co-chair to this committee. And that is my 2 cents. Once again, Victor Torres.
Thank you. And may I ask, is there anybody else at your watch party who is
Anybody
interested in
else at the
providing
watch
public
party here?
comment?
Anybody else? No? I think nobody else right now.
Great. Thank you so much. We have one hand up from Kathleen Kilpatrick, followed by Teresa Gomez. Kathleen, please.
Thank you. I'm going to reinforce that I really appreciate Rocio self-nominating. I think we need our youth voices to be loud and clear. I'm going to offer a little dissenting opinion that I think 3 is fine. And I know like our city council, they have 3 people who work on the agenda, and I think other groups work in 3s. I like the idea of 3 because it's a more stable foundation. So I think all the nominees would be excellent, and I would love to see them all take on that role.
Great. Thanks so much. Next, we have Teresa Gomez.
Hola, buenas tardes. Voy a resaltar un poquito acerca de los presidentes. A mí me gustaría que sean 2, como lo acaban de mencionar. A Rocio Ortiz sería una excelente candidata para copresidente. Es lo único que quiero opinar. Gracias.
Thank you. And if I could ask our interpretation staff to provide a translation in English of the previous comment, that would be wonderful.
She said that two are fine, and that Rocio makes a great candidate.
Thank you very much. And thank you to the previous speaker for that suggestion.
I'm sorry, can I think it's important to make sure that we do have translation for people in the room.
I agree. I agree. Thank you. All right.
There's 2 more in the room that I don't know if they speak Spanish or understand Spanish.
So you have a few competing comments from members of the public, some of whom were supportive of the idea of 2 co-chairs and some who were supportive of 3. At this point, we will move to a motion to elect your EJAC chairs. For those that have participated in similar processes in the past, this is your opportunity to make a motion to the group. A motion essentially means the specific thing that you're going to vote on. In this case, somebody could make a motion to approve 3 co-chairs. Another motion could be to elect 2 co-chairs. We really leave it to the individual, to all of you EJAC members, to make that determination. Your 3 volunteers that have come forward so far include Bianca Lopez, Rocio Ortiz, and Tim Prado. So we would love to entertain any motions to the group at this point. Erica.
I move to adopt all three existing candidates as co-chairs for the EJAC committee.
Wonderful. So we have a motion to approve all three volunteers, again, Bianca Lopez, Rocio Ortiz, and Tim Prado as co-chairs of your Environmental Justice Advisory Committee. At this point, we would ask for a second of that motion as well before a formal vote is taken. I do see a hand up from Lupe Martinez.
I second the motion, that it be all three of them.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. We have a motion and a second for the selection of three co-chairs. At this point, we will go ahead and call the vote. When I call out your name, I will go in alphabetical order. If you could just state your preference, either yes or no, or abstain, that would be wonderful. You are welcome to make whichever selection you would like. I will start at the top of my list with Horacio Amasquita. Horacio.
Yes, and thank you all of the three members for volunteering. Yes.
Thank you. Martha Arguello.
Yes.
Thank you. Angel Garcia.
Yes.
Thank you. Erica Alfaro.
Yes.
Thank you. Bianca Lopez.
Yes.
Thank you. Emily Marquez. Guadalupe Martinez.
Yes, because I think the job is going to be pretty big and it's just the right number to divide the work.
Wonderful. Thank you. Sorry, Martinez.
Yes.
Thank you. Rocio Ortiz.
Yes.
Thank you. And Michelle Pereira Ryan.
No.
Tim Prado.
Yes.
Yes. With 10 yeses and 1 no, the motion is approved. Your three co-chairs moving forward, at least for this first term to be defined, include Bianca Lopez, Rocio Ortiz, and Tim Prado. Thank you all so much. Okay. Well, thank you. You'll certainly play a really active role in, among other things, making modifications to the charter and setting the agenda for next meetings. There will likely be more, and staff are here as a resource to support anything that you need moving forward. Our next item for discussion is a discussion of the location of your next meeting. As we just mentioned, the legislation specifically states that meeting must be held in an area of high pesticide use. So before we open it up for your discussion of locations that you'd like to see the meeting take place in, I want to introduce Kim Steinman from the Department of Pesticide Regulation to provide an overview of pesticide use in California. Kim, here you go. And this was specifically requested by a committee member, so thank you for that suggestion. So Kim, you have a clicker here if you'd like.
Should I sit or stand, or does it matter?
It's up to you.
All right. Can everybody hear me? Okay. Hi, yeah, my name is Kimberly Steinman, and I am the Pesticide Use Report data steward at DPR. And I was asked to come in today to give a pretty quick overview of what the pesticide use report data is, what DPR and others use it for, and also an overview of the 2024 pesticide use data in terms of counties. So you might be able to get an idea of where there's a lot of high pesticide use. And which button? That's it. Okay, so what is a pesticide use report? Well, in simplistic answer would be that it's a form sent by applicators to the county ag commissioners in the county where the application took place. However, the PURs require different sets of information depending on the type of application. So we have ag PURs, which are production agricultural pesticide use applications, which can be like orchard or vegetable crops or field crops. And for those, each PUR is a single application, and we get a whole lot of information for those PURs. The rest of them are not quite there yet. Are called non-ag PURs, and they're everything else that legally has to be reported. And it is a wide assortment of applications from like post-harvest, fumigations of commodities, to structural pesticide use, rights of way, use on golf courses, use in parks, use in cemeteries. And these PURs are monthly summaries of each product that was used in a county. So it's a little bit less information than we get for the ag PURs because it's summarized over the whole month. The information from these PURs are sent to DPR, where they're housed in a really large database that goes all the way back to 1990. And that database is used by many in DPR to kind of understand what types and pesticides are being used and how much throughout the many years, and different trend analyses. Currently, the database contains over 108 million records. 82% are ag PURs and 18% are non-ag PURs. So while we have quite a bit of pesticide use reporting going on, we don't have everything. If you ran up to the store and bought pesticide for your own home, you wouldn't have to report that. And so home and garden use done by the residents, not legally required to be reported. Most industrial and institutional uses are not required to be reported. Veterinary applications, use of the Federal Insecticide, Fungicide, Rodenticide Act, FIFRA 225B, it's called, the extremely minimal risk active ingredients don't have to be reported. And applications applied by federal employees on federal land or by tribal members on tribal lands don't legally have to be reported. Okay, there we go. So how does a PUR get from an applicator to DPR? Well, we have a number of different types of applicators. It could be a grower, an ag or non-ag pest control business, maintenance gardeners, any other licensed professional pest control operator or advisor applying a pesticide required to be reported. All those folks will have to send in a PUR. They could choose a paper form and send that to their county ag commissioner. They could have an account through the CalAg Permits website, which is a statewide web-based system that started in 2011, or they can use one of many different third-party apps that are out there that people can pay money to have the pesticide use reported for them. Doesn't matter which one they choose, it's that PUR is all going to end up at the county where the application took place. And it'll go through a number of automated error checks as it comes in, as well as be error checked by the county staff. And that it'll get housed in the county's CalAg Permits database, which keeps the most recent few years of pesticide use reports for their access. But also, every PUR that comes to the county will be sent to DPR, where it'll be housed in our giant historical database. And we have over 50 automated error checks that happen, and a dedicated PUR staff that spends a whole lot of time looking for errors in that PUR. And we work backwards with the county ag staff, who then work with the applicators to try and fix as many errors as we can. So how's the PUR data used? Well, it's used by a lot of different groups, ranging from government agencies, educational institutions, environmental groups, public interest organizations, research companies, legal institutions, the general public, and a whole lot more. It's used in decisions affecting human and environmental health at DPR. And these are things like estimating dietary risk, ensuring compliance with clean air and water laws and regulations, evaluating reduced risk pest management alternatives, determining potential endangered species habitat issues, calculating VOC emissions in non-attainment areas, evaluating possible human illness clusters, informing DPR's regulatory work and direction, and contributing to the determination of DPR's goals and objectives, and creating DPR's annual pesticide use report, which has a lot of the commonly requested tables and graphs. So what's reported in the PUR? Well, you could say the information kind of answers the questions of who, what, where, when, and how, as well as how much. In terms of who, we don't actually get anybody's names. We don't get names of individuals or names of businesses, but we do get a permit number if it's an ag PUR, which is also called the grower operator ID or the grower ID. If it's a non-ag PUR, we get a structural or non-ag business license. If in terms of what, we get the name and registration number of the product, as well as the crop, commodity, or site that it was applied to. For where, we get the county, and if it's an ag PUR, we get the 1 by 1 square mile section where the application took place and the name that the applicator gave to that field. For when, if it's an ag PUR, we get the date and time the application was started and completed. If it's a non-ag PUR, we just get the monthly summary, so we only get the month. And then how, we get the method of application, if it's air, ground, fumigation, or other. And then if it's a fumigation, we'll often get a fumigation code, which tells kind of like the tarping system that mitigates offsite exposure issues of fumigant volatile organic compounds. And we can also find out if it was a pre-plant, like a fumigation, or a pre-emergent herbicide was used before the crop was actually planted. Yes, sorry, am I going too fast? I'll try and slow down. We have 3 different pesticide use metrics or measures that we get, which answers the question of how much pesticide was used. One is the amount of the undiluted product, and from that we can join it to our product label database and pull out the amount of active ingredient chemicals that are in that product. We also get the area, which for ag PURs is the acres. And then for non-ag PURs, if we do have a number, it's a volume or weight, like the tons of walnuts that were fumigated. But usually that is not required to be reported for non-ag, so it's just left blank. So area is predominantly an ag PUR use measure. For applications, we have the number of applications of each product or active ingredient. So we have 3 different use measures. So then a lot of people ask, well, which is the best one to use? I'd say the pounds of the active ingredient is probably the most commonly used use measure for most people. And that's because it's available for both ag and non-ag PURs. And it's just a common way that people use as a proxy for how much amount there is going out there. And we do have to be aware, though, that it is always going to emphasize pesticides with high use rates. So if you're ranking your active ingredients by the pounds applied, then you're always going to have things with high use rates, such as fumigants at the very top. You'll also get some of the most low risk active ingredients at the top 2, such as oils or the biopesticide kale and clay. And that's because those act not by toxicity, but they control pests by smothering the pest. And so they require a whole lot of material to smother those pests. And so you'll often see fumigants and the very lowest risk biopesticides and oils at the very top if you're using active ingredients. And this isn't a limitation, it's just something to be aware of if you're looking at how you measure use and you're using pounds applied. Acres treated is probably the second most popular, but it's a little limited because, as I said before, it's only representing agricultural PURs. For any time that we are reporting cumulative acres treated, it's usually a cumulative total. So that means that if a grower has a 1 acre field and they treat it 3 times during a year, the cumulative acres treated would be 3 acres treated. So in essence, it reflects application frequency and geographic coverage, and it's not going to be influenced by pesticides with high application rates that drive rankings as pounds applied does. So you might see at the top of a list that's ranking active ingredients by acres treated, you might see a whole different group of active ingredients that have very low application rates that just need a drop of the chemical to control a pest. So it might tell a very different story. And then we have the application counts. Although this is available for both ag and non-ag use, we tend not to use it in the annual report. And this is because there's a lot of inconsistency in the reporting methodologies, especially for non-ag use. It can be very subjective as to what's a single application. So one person might think a whole building is a single application. Somebody else might think each room in the building is an application. Somebody else might think each bed that they're treating for bed bugs in each room in each building is an application. We get so much variation that we tend to not use that very much, at least in the annual report. However, it is still an available use metric. So if you have the question of which one to use, I guess my answer would probably be use all three. There's no real single answer to that question. Each is going to tell a different story. Be aware of their strengths and limitations. And by looking at all three, you get a more nuanced understanding of what's going on out there. So I'm going to end by giving you an overview of some of the 2024 pesticide use data by counties. And I'm sorry, this is a bit of a congested slide, but it's showing the top 10 counties by pounds on the left and by acres treated on the right. On the left, you can see that the pounds are both ag and non-ag. The map is at the bottom, and then there's the table at the top in blue. And the top 10 counties are Fresno, Kern, Tulare, San Joaquin, Monterey, Merced, Kings, Madera, Ventura, and Stanislaus. And then if we look at it by acres treated, we have on the right with the table in green, although this is just mostly ag because we're summing by acres treated, we still get pretty much the same top 10 counties. They're just in a slightly different order. And I think it's, which one was it? Ventura was replaced by Imperial County when you look at it by acres treated, but all the other top 10 counties are the same. So we can look at a little bit finer resolution if we just go to the ag PURs, because they give us the square mile section. And in this case, these maps are not the square mile section, they're the 6 by 6 mile township. But it shows you a little bit more of the where the higher uses, the darker red squares represent the highest use, going down to the lighter yellow squares, which is the lowest use. And Fresno ranked #1 by both pounds applied and acres treated in 2024. It had just under 26 million pounds applied, just under 15 million acres treated. The top 5 sites were almond processing, tomato, table and raisin grape, wine grape, and pistachio. And by acres treated, it was the same top 5, only cotton replaced wine grape. So again, either use metric results in very similar top 5s. Kern County was the second highest in 2024 by pounds applied, just under 25 million, and by acres treated, around 11 million acres. Top 5 sites were almond, table and raisin grape, orange, pistachio, tangerine. And the top 5 sites by acres treated were again pretty much the same, only cotton replaced tangerine. And finally, Tulare is the third highest ranking county in 2024 with about 17 million pounds applied and about 8 million acres treated. The top 5 sites were orange, table and raisin grape, tangerine, almond, and pistachio. And again, we have a very similar top 5 ranking by acres treated, slightly different order. The only difference being that feed corn replaced tangerine. So that was my very quick introduction to the pesticide use report data. I am happy to take any questions if there's time, or if you have future questions. We have my email is up here that you're always welcome to send any questions.
There is indeed time. Thanks so much, Kimberly. Really appreciate that. I do see one hand up already from Horacio online.
Yeah, I have a question. So every farmer, if it's only farming 1 acre or 1,000 acres, they need to have a permit, right?
Yes.
And if they have 100 acres and they spray 3 times, you're gonna report 300 acres?
That would be our cumulative acres treated that you would see in our annual report.
So the annual report, do you still have the net acres for each county?
We don't report that because we're just getting the amount that was treated, the amount that we generally do take that base acres treated, but we use the NAS totals, or from CDFA for their state totals.
Okay. So the real toxic chemicals that are restricted, are they also separated from the less restricted?
In the annual report, we do have a section with 8 different categories that we follow. 6 of those are more toxic and 2 of them are least toxic. So you can look in the annual report to follow those kind of trends.
Okay, thank you so much.
Sure.
Wonderful, thank you. Additional questions for Kimberly? Yes, Bianca.
I think I would just like to say thank you. I learned something new. I thought I knew everything about PUR. Do you have, this is overview of 2024 data. Is this already available online to the public? And I know that usually we're behind on what we are uploading for access on the web.
The annual report is not available yet, but you're welcome to request PUR data. It's open to the public by request. So.
And then I would love to see this map for the top 10 counties. I think you stopped at Tulare, the top 3. And then today's presentation was really to just help us inform of what the next meeting, where the next meeting would take place. But I think this would be a great conversation that we might want to take into consideration for another day to ask further questions and implementation of, like, for example, how PURs might change for implementation of AB 1864 and other concerns or questions that we might have, like Horacio pointed out. But I appreciated the presentation. Thank you.
Sure, and feel free to contact us with any more questions, or if you'd like those maps. I think I already made them all, so.
Wonderful, thank you. Other questions for Kimberly before we move on to a discussion of your next meeting location? Okay, well, with that, many thanks. Thank you so much for providing that information. I think there'll probably be some follow-up in the very near future here. But let's, as Bianca mentioned, the purpose of that was really to kind of gear up for a discussion of your next meeting location. We'd love to hear suggestions that folks have. I think everyone's aware of it now. It's been discussed multiple times as part of the charter and the legislation. But a minimum of 1 of your meetings per year must be held in a location of high pesticide use. And with Kimberly's information, hopefully you have, if you didn't already, and I'm guessing you probably did, have a good sense of where that might be. So I'll go ahead and take a step back and would just love to hear any comments people have or suggestions on locations for a next meeting. And I'm happy to put the maps back up, whatever would help your conversation.
Yeah, it'd be great to see the map, just.
Sure, yeah, let me put that back up.
But I wonder if something that our new co-chairs can help us do now that we have co-chairs is sort of begin to, there's a lot of questions that we have about use data and how to, and on all this data. Do we think we might want to develop a set of questions that we would want DPR to begin to answer for us that are sort of critical to the work we're doing? I don't have any specific ideas. That was just sort of a general suggestion and question to the members.
So I'm sorry, specific to the meeting location, were you suggesting the co-chairs?
No, I was thinking about future topics and
Gotcha.
information that we might want from DPR. Yeah, and I live in LA, and so it's not the highest use. So I will defer to the rest of the members on picking a place.
Oh, great. Thanks so much. And it kind of, I think that kind of harkens back to your earlier comment about setting aside a portion of the agenda to specifically line up those priorities and agenda topics for the next discussion. So appreciate that. Let's go to Michelle and then Tim.
I would be open to any of those top three. I mean, I think they're in kind of Central California, so it's easier for people from the coast to come over and people that are more north to come over. So kind of more centralized with, Fresno, Tulare, and Kern counties. Thank you.
Thank you. Tim and then Rocio. Oh, sorry, Tim and then Saray and then Rocio.
My question regarding the actual reporting of the actual crops, because I noticed one crop in Kern County kept getting mentioned in one end and then showing up in the other one was cotton, and it's not a very popular crop in Kern County. So I've lived in Kern County and I've traveled through Kern County most of it for my work, and I don't see cotton on there. So growing around. So why is it mentioned constantly on there? So my question is, could farmers mention cotton but not really be spraying on cotton?
I think that's probably a question for Kimberly. I'm not sure if you can answer Tim's question at all. Let me give you a microphone.
Hi. Well, those are the numbers. So it's not really necessarily it doesn't always have to be reflective of the amount planted, or so it could be that cotton is using quite a bit of pesticide of some sort. And that doesn't necessarily mean it's a highly toxic pesticide. I'd have to look, it could just be a lot of like an oil or something that's really driving up those numbers. And that is certainly stuff that if this committee needs that kind of information, I can get for you.
And just one more comment. I agree that if we're going to select the location, it would have to be one of these three locations, Fresno or Kern or Tulare, since the residents there have obviously advocated that their ag commissioners tend to ignore the public comments regarding pesticide usage and pesticide drifting to other farms. So I feel that we should select one of these three areas, and it would be more open to be held there in those areas.
Thank you. And I'm seeing a variety of suggestions come in for future meeting topics. It sounds like cotton is one. I know, Bianca, you had a couple, and I see some from Martha as well. So we'll certainly be working with all of your three new co-chairs to come up with specific topics. Let me go to Sarai and then Rocio.
Yeah, just in topics to include, I think it would be great if maybe just to get a report of the pesticide incidents that farm markets report, and just details on that. I will be very interested in having those reports whenever we meet, and we can discuss the extent of how we want to review them, or maybe have more discussions, but at least getting a report with the incidents of farm markers. That'll be something that I'll be interested in, I think we'll like to see. And then for the meeting, I'm in Fresno, so I welcome everyone. I think Fresno is very central. It's easy to come here from the LA, from the Central Coast. From Sacramento. So I feel like Fresno will be the place that I think is more in the middle. So I'd like to propose that.
Wonderful. Thank you. And it would be great to hear from one of your co-chairs from the Central Coast, Rocio. Any thoughts or questions you would like to provide?
Yes, I would like to suggest the city of Salinas and Monterey County as a possible place to meet. And future suggestion for our future meetings, I would like to talk about the buffer zones. If we could possibly expand that one to, I know right now they're 1/4 of a mile, but maybe a future topic could be expanding those buffer zones near schools to 1 mile.
Great, thank you for that. Since, we're also adding topics that you'd like to cover at your next meeting, Martha, I think you might have had some as well. I wanted to give you the opportunity to talk about that a little bit.
Yes. I'm very I don't know how much data you have or if we do it for the next meeting, but really understanding the industrial use in urban areas. We're dealing with community members who are living next to operations where they're spraying methyl bromide on commodities, and it's drifting onto the nearest site, which is a school, and somehow those facilities are being permitted, and we're sort of not clear who's accountable or responsible. And there's current rulemaking that will be happening, I think, at the air district. So there's just always a lot to coordinate between. You've got different agencies with different responsibilities for the issue.
Certainly, thank you. And any thoughts on meeting locations while you're
No,
unmuted?
you know what? I'm in LA and I don't drive, which is weird. But if it's easy to get to from Amtrak, I'm happy.
Understood. All right. Any other thoughts or suggestions?
I'd like to suggest that we, sorry, I didn't raise my hand.
No, please.
Suggest that maybe we identify the next two that way we can prepare folks to move from one place to the other for the next two meetings. I would love to see one in the top three, maybe Tulare, since it's between Fresno and Kern, and then taking Rocio up on her recommendation to go in her community. I think it was Monterrey.
City of Salinas. In Monterey County. Okay. So a few different suggestions on the table right now. Staff, I know that there had been discussion of holding at least one in a high pesticide use area. I don't know if you had given any thought to holding both of them outside of Sacramento in some of these, but certainly welcome your thoughts as well.
We had it. So I think we're just open hearing the committee
Okay,
suggestions.
wonderful.
And I think we also wanted to do public comment
Of course.
before they vote. So, yes.
Definitely. I wasn't sure if it doesn't look like committee discussion is quite finished yet, but we'll certainly go to public comment. Yeah. Let me go to Tim and then Horacio.
I think if we are trying to make it accessible to the members, I think we should do Fresno, so like that Martha can attend, because Amtrak does run through Fresno. Unfortunately, it doesn't stop at Tulare unless we select the nearest city too, but it stops in downtown Fresno. So it also stops in downtown Bakersfield, but I don't want to be in Bakersfield, so
I'd rather go to Fresno.
We'll remind you this meeting is being recorded.
Don't tell our friends in
Thank you, Tim. Thank you, Tim. Horacio.
Yes, I have a question. Are you planning and making and doing meetings in communities or just in cities? Because the communities that are really suffering, nobody's following through on the health issues. So my question to the committee is it just a good idea to go into a room and talk about, or is it a good idea to see the people that are being damaged.
An important question for everyone's consideration. One small note about meetings versus things that, you know, field trips that you could take and site visits and that sort of thing. Because these meetings are expected to be hybrid, there does have to be good internet connectivity wherever the meeting takes place. So just that doesn't need to be a limiting factor. It's just kind of, I don't know, food for thought. But what do committee members think about, you know, site visits to some of these most impacted communities?
So that's a good question, because my honest opinion too is I thought when we were going to go to these sites and these counties, we would actually pick one of the cities. If we could get breakdowns by city, one of the cities that are impacted more by pesticides actually than because I would like to see us go to an rural area compared to a big city in one of these counties.
Lupe, I think, or yeah.
Yeah, I think Horacio makes a good point, and so does Tim. I think we need to look at the rural areas, and everywhere we go here, there's rural areas that we can look at. But I would suggest also that not just to take into account also next year when the times and the bigger spray periods are. Is it in January with the citrus? Is it May or April? When are those big times when they're really spraying? Because then we'll probably get more feedback from the community or from the farm workers.
I think those are all really excellent points. So, you know, I don't know that we need to pin down a specific city, a specific community right now. We would love to get consensus on the area, or at least the county. We've heard Fresno, we've heard Tulare, we've heard Monterey, we've heard Kern. So it'd be great. And I think, Bianca, you had a suggestion about holding one meeting in Fresno or Tulare and one meeting in the Central Coast. So a few different options. We'd love to get some general consensus from the group on the approach that you would like to take. I don't know that we need to take a formal vote on this, but again, just looking for guidance on where you'd like to be. Martha.
I think all of these are great ideas. I just want to, and you're probably going to get sick of me of saying, oh, well, on the CARB EJAC, we did this. Sorry. But what we did do is when we did have meetings in different parts of the state. And what we usually did is an EJAC member who works with communities would be the host. And we would, find the location. If, sometimes we would did a tour, or sometimes we brought folks to talk at the meeting. But there was a local host that could really highlight the local issues and connect community to bring them in. That said, I know that sometimes I feel like we're going to bring community out to talk to folks, but I can't guarantee them that we're going to resolve something, right? This is about like the minimal sort of being heard, not real engagement, not problem solution finding, unless we decide that's what we want to do. And so we should be, all of us as EJAC members should be clear about that.
Very helpful. Thank you. And I think an important consideration as you move forward with your discussions. So the one suggestion I heard that was kind of fairly all-encompassing and would address many of the needs was the idea of having one in the Fresno or Tulare County and one on the Central Coast. I'm curious if that resonates with everybody. I know that we would still need to pin down the very specific location, and that can be done with guidance from your co-chairs. But does that approach make sense to have one on the Central Coast and one in the Central Valley, well, the middle of the Central Valley, in Fresno and Tulare?
Yes.
Yes, Emily.
Sure. I support that. I think it'd be I mean, I've learned a lot when I've gone on air monitoring trainings to the communities, and I work in California. I have the opportunity to work in California too. And I support meeting in Fresno and Salinas, which I think I'm kind of guessing the folks who suggested these sites also maybe are volunteering to do maybe post somehow if they can. And I think what Marta has said about, you know, not over promising if we have the opportunity to visit a site is really a really smart choice. I also wanted to say, just over the years working at PAN, a lot of times people have question about toxicity. I'm not sure how to fold that into some of the information that gets presented at the upcoming meetings. If there's, you know, something, I realize this is a lot of work also, but something about the categorization for some of the top sites of application wherever we end up holding the meeting might be really instructive and valuable for folks on the EJAC or other people who are listening in. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you. Michelle.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely want to hear what the public has to say, I guess, before I decide in shape or form coast or central, in case Central Valley, but in different cities in the Central Valley, or, you know, Central Coast and Central Valley makes sense to everyone. We want to make sure make this available to them. And if other concern, I'm really that we look at cumulative effects of pesticides, because I think sometimes we want to say, you know, in this one area, but it'd be interesting to see how many different pesticides people on farms are being exposed to over, you know, the year or several years. But it also leads me when we talk about industrial pesticide use and, you know, a lot of these people who work on farms are also frontline communities, live by highways where we might be spraying the weeds that are near there to keep things down. And so also with cumulative effects. Thank you very much.
Wonderful. Thank you. For this item, we're not looking for, you know, a motion to approve the location and a formal vote as we did with the selection of the EJAC chair. So, you know, what I've heard is no pushback necessarily on the idea of having a Central Valley and Central Coast location, but that we also need some input from the public that could help inform the co-chair's decision. Michelle, would that address your needs as well? Yeah, I'm seeing a head nod. Okay. Any concerns with that proposal? All right. Well, wonderful. So the suggestion as it stands right now, and the consensus that I'm seeing, is for one of your meetings to be in the Fresno or Tulare area, and one for 2026 on the Central Coast as well, perhaps in or around Stanislaus. We'll work with the staff will work with the co-chairs to come up with final locations. And of course, as I mentioned previously in the charter discussion, we'll also be reaching out to all of you on scheduling to get those dates locked down as well. That's the extent of this agenda item. We really, really appreciate all of your wonderful suggestions. But before we start wrapping up here, we do always want to set aside time for general public comment. So this is for items that may not necessarily appear on the agenda. Any general thoughts that you have for the EJAC? And of course, there was one request from one of your EJAC members to hear some suggestions about meeting locations as well. And this will all be used to help secure that next location. Before we go to public comment, though, I thought I saw a hand up over here. Yes, Angel.
Yeah, just a quick question. So I know that some of my colleagues shared about future potential topics.
Mm-hmm.
I do want to just, you know, also say that I would add to that list tangible protections or health protections. I think Rocio did touch on that in the form of buffer zone expansions, but you know, maybe something along the lines of like have the committee maybe explore fumigant, OP phase out, as one way to start talking about how we can contribute to putting something tangible out that will, as a recommendation that will help the community. And then that can be one way of doing that. Also, I know that right now Spray Days has been really out in the community. It's been in the taco trucks. I mean, I went to my local taco truck and they had the sticker there. So I think that was pretty extensive outreach. I have to say, kudos to that. But no kudos on when it comes to exact location. So I would like to bring that up too. So maybe those can be some things to bring up for future agenda items.
Wonderful, thank you. Michelle, you have a hand up as well?
Just one more interest in future items is how temperature impacts pesticides, and then how that impacts the amount of pesticides that they're using, and then how those impact the people, right? Because if it's extreme heat, when you're dehydrated, but it also can change, the chemical makeup and what's happening, or the amount of pounds that people are using during that time. So just to think about the environment also, and how the temperature is impacting all of this.
Wonderful, thank you. Horacio?
Yeah, I just want to touch on what Angel said. The exact location is needed because there's no way that a community can protect themselves when you have a mile away. And if they know when they're going to be spraying nearby, they can close at least their windows and protect themselves. So this is pretty important because we need to start protecting the health of people. So I think it's necessary to bring that in the next meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. And Tim Prado.
To add to Michelle's comment, I would also like to see moisture tables added to the pesticide appliance, because when Talon was at a Talon hearing, when you were discussing new regulations regarding Talon and how it's going to be applied to walnuts, on the recommendations, you recommended an 80% moisture and level on the ground before applying Talon. So 3 of the counties that are the top 3 pesticide users are also 3 of the counties that are not compliant with Sigma.
Your next agenda is going to be very lengthy. You have a lot of really great topics that you've identified. Thank you for all those suggestions. And clearly there's too much to make it through in one day. You've identified huge topics that will really help set the stage for all of your discussions in 2026. So at this time, we would like to go ahead and transition to general public comment. I will look, as I've done the past 2 times, I'll look first to individuals and members of the public here in the room to see if they'd like to provide comment, and then to individuals online. So looking around the room here, are there any members of the public who would like to provide comment to the EJAC? All right. Let me go next to individuals joining us online, starting with Yaneli Martinez and then Kathleen Kilpatrick. Yaneli.
Thank you. So yes, this is the great portion or public comment portion. I really want to go ahead and give a big, huge thanks to every single one of the folks that are connected via Zoom and even in person that work hard on AB 652. We can't forget about that, because if without them, without our work, this wouldn't be a reality. And we will also want to go ahead and give a huge shout out to Assemblymember Lee, who believed in us, one of the few legislators out there that really wants to make a change, positive change in our community. And again, I want to thank every single one of our EJAC members for being there, taking time from your precious moments, lives, to be able to be a voice for all of us, for the rural communities, for the communities highly affected by pesticides. So thank you to each and every one of you, including our alternates that are not there, just for speaking for us, for speaking truth to power. And with that, I have my whole team here of Watch Party fellows that want to speak. And I think I'm just gonna not go through the whole list of things that I want, because I know the members are gonna speak. But for me specifically, I really want to make sure that every single one of you EJAC members work and focus on the real protections. Go based off what you believe is right that we need to do for our communities. You've been hearing our communities. You live in our communities, so it's time to take action and really focus on the real protections. And what are those real protections? Well, I will leave the rest of my colleagues to talk about that. So I'm going to go ahead and pass it around. There's many of us here that want to speak.
But before you close out, can you give me a sense of how many people will be commenting? It helps us just build out the queue.
1, 2, 3, 4. There's like about 6 of us.
Okay, I do need to, I will come back to you. There are other people who have raised their hands, and I will come back to you
So before
immediately
you go
following.
then, let me go ahead and give you a little beginning start so you could get pumped up and know what are real protections. That means phasing out fumigants, phasing out organophosphates, protect school children, 1 mile buffer zones, and then also infill buffers with organic farming, and then the right to know what my colleague Angel Garcia just mentioned. We want that exact location of the whole pesticide notification system, which is known as spray days. So yeah, giving you a heads up. So you'll come back to us then?
Definitely, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, let me go next to Kathleen Kilpatrick, followed by Emily Kamer. And I apologize if I didn't pronounce your name correctly. Kathleen.
Okay, I tried to ask a question of Kimberly, and it looked like you weren't taking questions from the public after her report. I do want to express my admiration for all the people who are willing to participate in this process and to surmount all the bureaucratic hurdles that go with serving on a state committee. So kudos to everybody who's willing to undertake that task. Just with respect to the pesticide use reports, I believe she said that they have been keeping them since 1990. And she showed maps that look very similar to the ones that we have gotten from the mapping apps that we have through private organizations. But what's missing for me from that from that recording is the trend data. And I'm just wondering if there is a way for the trend data in pesticide use by chemical or by crop can be displayed in a graphic manner so that we know exactly what we're dealing with. Where are things going up? Where are things going down? We really would like this group to reinforce the idea that DPR has stated the intention of reducing most hazardous pesticides, an identity which has not yet been revealed, although I reinforce Yaneli's suggestion for organophosphates and fumigants to be at the top of the list. But we would like to see what's changing so that we can be so that people in the communities and people on this committee can be proactive in holding DPR accountable to showing us that reduction is actually happening. So I'd add that to things that I would love to see from the work of this committee to help DPR be accountable and transparent.
Wonderful. Thank you, Kathleen. We'll go next to Emily Kameyer. Emily?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Great, thank you. Yes, this is Emily Kameyer. I'll keep it quick, but I wanted to say thank you to the EJAC members. I'm in admiration of the experience, knowledge, and commitment that you all bring. And I also want to say congratulations on the passing of AB 652, especially to future leaders for change. And I wanted to reiterate the wishes expressed by others that the DPR does take the input of this committee to make real improvements that are so critically needed, and specifically want to just emphasize the priorities that Yaneli expressed. So all of those real protections that she mentioned, phasing out fumigants and organophosphates, buffers for pesticide applications, and the right to know the exact location of spray days. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We're joined next by Cristina Gutierrez, followed by Teresa Gomez. Cristina. Cristina, we're not able to hear you. I do apologize. I think your audio might not be working. We'll come back to you in just a moment. We'll go next to Teresa Gomez, followed by Laura Placencia. Teresa?
¿Me escuchan?
Sí.
Solo quería decir gracias a los miembros del comité. Estoy realmente emocionada. Es el comienzo del cambio que nuestra comunidad necesita con urgencia. La salud de nuestra comunidad necesita
the health of our community,
la salud de nuestras
the health of
familias
our community
están en juego,
is
especialmente la de nuestros
play.
niños. Queremos eliminar los fumigrantes
Want to
tóxicos
eliminate
cerca de las escuelas,
the immigrants
ampliar la protección escolar
apart
a
from
una
schools.
milla completa y transformar esas zonas en espacio de agricultura orgánica libre de químicos peligrosos. También exigimos la ubicación exacta de las aplicaciones de pesticidas. La transparencia salva vidas y nos permite proteger a quienes más lo necesitamos. Este es un momento de esperanza. Sigamos sanos y seguros. Gracias. Aquí tengo otros miembros de la comunidad que quieren dar su preocupación.
Buenas noches.
If you could please hold. Go ahead.
¿Puede hacer una pausa, por favor?
Soy,
Sí, gracias.
soy miembro de CAP 805, campesino,
perdón.
padre, y
Perdón.
trabajo todos los días con miedo de estar expuesto a los fumigantes tóxicos.
Sí, por favor, si puede esperar un momento porque voy a traducir lo que acaba de decir la señora Teresa. Okay, what Teresa said is that as a mother, you know, and as a concerned citizen of the area where she lives, she wants to make sure that this spraying of pesticides are done away from schools mainly or from residential areas, and to give a proper notice in advance of when these sprayings are going to be happening so that they can prepare and make sure that people doesn't get affected, because there is a lot of ill people in her community due to these pesticide sprayings.
I'm sorry. She also mentioned that transparency saves lives, right? And I think words are very important, and I don't want to dismiss what people are really saying. So for those that are in the room and you want to know what is being said in Spanish, I recommend that the translators stay in the back and do ¿cómo se dice? At the same time? Simultaneous interpretation, and those that are monolingual and only speak English should wear a headset.
Good afternoon.
Yes.
My name is Osman Chavez, and I'm with
No,
a student volunteer with CAP 05.
Thank you for that suggestion. Yes, that's a great suggestion. And we have plenty of headsets in the back. And thank you so much for that suggestion. That's a great suggestion.
I think that's the best way to make sure that we use our time adequately. And then for those who are in the audience and don't want to listen or hear or understand what people are saying in Spanish, I would ask that the DPR staff at minimum be the ones to be required to put on the headset if they're monolingual.
I agree. Yes, as an interpreter, because for us interpreters, as much as we want to paraphrase what they're saying, it's not easy. It's not easy because especially because they are not here. when you are paraphrasing for somebody that is present in the room, it's easier, you know, because you are seeing the person, you are, you know, memorizing all of these phrases that they said. But I agree with Bianca. Thank you, Bianca, for the
Sorry, I just
suggestion.
came back in the room.
Yeah.
It sounds like the headsets aren't working. So the intention here is no.
No, the headsets are working.
So then
Yeah.
people monolingual English in the room can hear through the heads, should be able to hear through the headset.
But what happens is if I'm interpreting here for what they're saying over there, and I try to paraphrase everything, something I might skip some.
But the way we have it, we can resolve this issue. I don't want to keep taking away from the committee's time, but the audio going through in the back right now, we have an interpreter back there now online, should be also transmitting through the headsets. Are they not working?
I couldn't hear when you started speaking in here. I just heard you in the room. So I don't know.
Okay, I think it's the same audio, but we'll work on that. But the intent is for all of it to be connected. So we'll work with that.
If I can make a suggestion, I think your points are very well taken. We definitely do not want to mischaracterize anything that's said, and clearly we need to make some improvements to the process, and those will be made before the next meeting. So
I think it is an easy fix, though. Can people in the room wear a headset? Is that, you're confirming, Maria, that the headsets work in person?
Yes, I mean,
Yes.
we have plenty, one of the problems that we are seeing as interpreters is that because we have speakers above our head,
Yeah.
people, as much as they're trying to listen to us, are interpreting, they're listening to the speaker.
Yeah.
So in other similar meetings that we have interpreted, they usually set us up in a separate room.
Yeah. But I think at least Karen, as the director, you have one. Yeah, you guys have one. Okay. And then any of the advisory committee members should have one as well if you're monolingual.
thank you. All right, next on in our queue, we have Christina Gutierrez, followed by Laura Placencia. Christina, are you able to hear us?
Yes, good night, actually.
Good night.
So,
Thank
thank you. Well, I want to get this started with congratulating the committee members. Thank you for this long afternoon. I am here at the moment in the Lindsay community with a few community members from Lindsay specifically. I do have to tell you that we had 50 community members attend our meeting. They were here listening, all this comments, all this information, important information that we have been hearing throughout this time. We have collected 19 comments. So that's what I have at the moment. So I don't know how I'm going to go. I'll go ahead and give my comment. And I know I have my colleague here, Raul Garcia. He'll introduce himself. What we demand, we're not asking, we're demanding exact locations. Parents, I'm a parent, we fear pesticides around our schools where our children attend. We also demand regulations that protect us all equally. That's something I want to remark, and I mean that there's other notes that I would also want to read. Something that was mentioned just a minute ago was something about the audio. Throughout this time that I have been here listening this translation, I have to admit that this was horrible. The audio was not, the translation in Spanish was not good. Unfortunately, you guys did an awful work around translating. The level, the voice in English and Spanish were about the same. We couldn't hear the audio in Spanish. So please do fix that the next time, because I have my community members that are all speak Spanish, and unfortunately, I had to stop here and translate something that you should have provided. So if I may give the mic to my colleague that I have sitting right next to me. Thank you.
At this point, I will ask you to hold your comment. How many additional individuals do you have in your space requesting comment?
5 in person and 19 written.
Okay. We did have a number of individuals in the queue ahead of you. I do want to recognize that Yaneli Martinez had a number. There's also a hand up from Laura Placencia and Emma Vega. I will go to Laura Placencia first, followed by Emma Vega, then the individuals joining Yaneli in her space, and then Christina in her space. Laura, please.
Hello, good evening, everyone. My name is Laura Plasencia, and I'm a program manager with VIP. We're a nonprofit in Stanislaus County here in the Central Valley. I've also been a lifelong resident of Stanislaus County, and I come from a family of farm workers and have lived around high pesticides all my life, just like the good majority of people here in the Central Valley. Pesticides are a huge concern to my community, considering their extensive use and the lack of cumulative chemical exposure and monitoring limitations from cross-agency collaboration. But I would like to also mention my gratitude and excitement over the creation of this advisory committee, as it is in critical need. I'd like to congratulate DPR for gathering such an amazing, qualified, and diverse committee. I feel confident of the amazing work this committee will put out. Although hearing that DPR only has funding for 2 meetings a year, it really sounds like a disrespect to all the frontline communities that are being impacted every day, and all of those people who have ever shown up to provide public comments, clearly stating our high concerns and our desperate asks for the needs for better protections. In addition, I believe that there should be at least 4 to 6 per year, plus, work group sessions as needed. Additionally, I would like to ask for an accountability metrics to be included, requiring some type of response from DPR if they don't follow based off what the advisory committee advises. And lastly, I'd also like to support the transparency comments that have been voiced before prior. Lastly, to continue, in our county alone, there was 1.3 million pounds of Toulon used in 1 year. And I am extremely concerned because there has been monitors that have been showing that they are continuing to be remnant in our air. And instead of improving and of adding more monitoring, the monitoring has been decreasing. And I am also concerned because instead of following the OEHA standards of 0.04, the standards of DPR of 0.56, which are 14 times less protective, are the ones that are being used. And it's very confusing with the new T-loan regulation. And I am in desperate ask of wanting to continue to work on protections while there's a work on the phase out of cancer-causing chemicals. DPR must do a better job at transitioning out of toxic organophosphates and fumigation applications when there is enough scientific data to prove the toxicity and risk of exposure that can drift and impact our community. There is about 35 to 40 countries and regions, including the European Union and China, that have all banned Toulon. So how is it that the most environmentally advanced state and the breadbasket of the world can't catch up? In addition, it is very
If I could ask you to conclude your comment, please.
Yes, last comment here. It's very frustrating to pretend in these spaces what's going on in the real world, like the political power that the chemical companies have acquired and how they have been lobbying our government for their agenda to prioritize profits over our people. And it is coming at the expense of our community's health, and it is reducing their life expectancy. So please prioritize and invest more on protecting our community from toxic.
Thank you for your comment. We do have to move on to the next speaker at this point. Our next speaker is Emma Vega. Emma, please. Emma Vega, are you available?
Sorry, it just gave me the option to unmute right now.
Oh, thank you.
So, hello, thank you for your time today. I will be brief because of the time. I would like to give other people to talk today, but yes, my name is Emma Vega. I am a Santa Maria city resident, which is part of the Santa Barbara County, which I know is not really mentioned much in these meetings. But today I wanted to be a voice for my community, since it has come to my attention the large amounts of fumigants and organophosphates being used. I really want to emphasize to the EJAC to address real protections like banning fumigants and organophosphates, both pesticides that are largely used in Santa Maria primarily. And as if you don't know, Santa Maria has a lot of schools and residents right now that are surrounded by fields. So I really wanted to bring that to your attention today. Thank you.
Thank you, Emma. All right. So we do have a couple of, I know that there's a couple of large watch parties that wanted to provide additional comment as well. I want to check in with the committee on two items. First, I know that many thanks to Christina Gutierrez, who mentioned that there are 19 written comments. I wanted to check and make sure that you were comfortable with those being sent directly to DPR staff and then distributed to the EJAC for your consideration. So open question, are you comfortable with people sending their comments to DPR and then distributing them to the EJAC? Yes, Bianca.
Will we have a public comments portal specifically for EJAC? And should that not be the process instead of sending directly to the staff? And then how will those comments be shared with us and the public?
I think that's a very reasonable question. A portal has not been set up. So I think that we probably need to have a long discussion with all the co-chairs about that. Thank you. All right. Lupe, you have a hand up? And please, again, the question is very specifically if you're comfortable receiving 19 written comments from DPR staff provided by the group with Christina Gutierrez. Lupe, please.
Yeah, no, I guess that was what I was thinking. I mean, we do have the members, we all have an email, I mean, that could be sent to us, but how does it get sent to us if the public doesn't have our emails? I don't know.
Yeah, so that there's an EJAC email address that can be provided and was on the screen earlier in the presentation. We can have folks send in comments that way. Tim, you have a comment or question on this proposal?
My comment is not that there shouldn't be a discussion with the colleagues. It's necessary for us to have public comment to have public input. There is no conversation that needs to be had. It's just necessary. And my suggestion was that there should be one, and if not, they should be sent to the email, and that email should be forwarded to all of us, not censored, I don't want to say they would be censored, but I don't need them to be given to DPR staff and then DPR staff given to them. They should be sent directly to us.
Wonderful. Thank you for that. The second question that I have for all of you, I believe we have 12 additional members of the public who are requesting public comment. I just want to check and make sure that people are comfortable staying past the 7 p.m. Stop time for this meeting. Then we'll open it up, go back to public comment. Any concerns or issues with staying till likely about 7:30, 7:45 or so?
Right.
Yes, sir.
I can stay physically until 7:20.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you. All right, at this point, I look to our two members with their hands raised online, Rocio and Lupe. Rocio, please.
Sorry, I do have to leave at 7. I have class.
Thank you very much. And Sarai.
Just letting you know that I will be driving at 7, but I'll have my phone on with me. Probably can go back into video after like 15 minutes.
Wonderful. Good to know. We will be keeping close track and making sure that you still have a quorum established. Once a quorum is lost, as members have to leave, the meeting will have to adjourn. So with that, let me go back to members of the public wishing to comment. I'll start with the group with Yaneli Martinez and then Christina Gutierrez. Yaneli, please. And if you could have each member of the public state their name, that would be wonderful.
Okay, we are here. Let's go. State your name.
With that long amount of time, I almost forgot I was in a meeting, but once again, my name is Victor Torres. I am a co-founder of Future Leaders of Change. And once again, congratulations to all the members of the EJAC committee. This is something long fought for, that I myself was at the front lines for, and many other members of Safe Ag Safe Schools and other people across California. But to keep my comments short, more than anything, we really need to ensure that we have real protections in place, which includes not only just phasing out fumigants, but also phasing out organophosphates. And more than anything, improvements to our spray day system, which this means the right to know where exactly these chemicals are being applied. and more than anything, where, because as of right now, it's still a square mile it's still a square mile we see on a map. To me, that is not enough of a protection because these chemicals drift for they drift for long spaces and they stay in the air for a long time. So it's crucial for our safety to know exactly where they're being sprayed. And that is my 2 cents. Once again, Victor Torres, and specific congratulations to Rocio Ortiz, a future Leaders of Change member who is a co-chair on this committee. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Karen Cameron, concerned Salinas resident. Salad bowl of the world, billion-dollar industry, and we have no air monitor here for over a decade. I think that needs to be one of the agenda items. Only 4 air monitors throughout the state is ludicrous. I look forward to seeing more on what details you reveal on the next meeting, December 16th, about the Ohlone Elementary School. As we know that over 218% of the OEA allowed amount of T-Lone 1,3-D has been applied right by that elementary school. And again, from Salinas all the way to there, how are we supposed to be measuring anything? I do get spray day notifications, and I found my home in Southwest Salinas has had an average of about 1 a day of toxic restricted pesticides in the area, fumigants. One evening I had 4. 1 a.m., 2 a.m., 3 a.m., and 4 a.m. applications. I'm finding that's very unacceptable. And that does not, of course, record any of the organophosphates, one of the things that we demand that you phase out along with fumigants. I live in Monterey County, where our ag commissioner, Juan Hidalgo, had the audacity to increase organophosphates by 26%, while the statewide trend was to decrease them by 54%. So one of the things I would like to see is that CDPR actually hold their ag commissioners accountable, because it's my understanding that the Board of Supervisors appoints the ag commissioner and then has no further jurisdiction over them. So CDPR needs to hold ag commissioners accountable. It's my understanding studies say that this put more than half of all the pregnancies in Monterey County at risk for things like lower IQ, potential autism, cancer. The list goes on and on. You know the Chamaco's reports. They've been going on since 1999. How much longer will they be ignored? I agreed with comments earlier in regards to the trend data being needed. Personally, I had a reporter from Inside Climate News run data on my home and found that, I believe it was from 2018 to 23, that there was 108,000 pounds of either T-Lone 1,3-D or chlorpyrifos applied within 1 mile from my home. So that seems to be a trend. These things need to be transparent. I'm really tired of the pesticide secrecy that takes place and the power that the ag commissioners have and the way that that is ignored. I want to reiterate the real protections that we need. Again, phase out fumigants, OPs. Give us protection for school children. A 1 mile buffer zone to me is a minimum. Infill buffers with organic farming, and give us exact location, because I'm just tired of all this transparency. I have a t-shirt that says end pesticide secrecy. I want to tear that thing up, and I'm hoping that this committee can help me to do that. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Are there any other individuals? Oh, yes.
Ya. Ok, mi nombre es Luis Torres, nomás estoy hablando para querer las protecciones reales, pero estoy oyendo muchas cosas que los pesticidas son secretos y ya basta. Está para proteger al pueblo, los futuros del mañana, y no lo hacen. ¿Cómo puedo yo creer que el DPR quiere hacer y tomar acciones cuando realmente ya ahorita existe un comité? Gracias, Rocío, gracias, Saraí, gracias, Horacio, por representar a nosotros, Ángela ya también. Queremos ya justicia, queremos que paren con los secretos. Ya basta.
Okay, next. Mia, you're gonna go? I guess you're on luck today. The rest of the members decided to just support.
Thank you. Thank you all very much for joining. Next, we'll go to the group gathering with Christina Gutierrez, please.
Hello, everyone, and good evening, committee members. My name is Raul Garcia, and I am from the city of Porterville. I'm a former community organizer, both with working with rural and farm working community members. I'm currently a surgical technology student, but I'm here to urge the Environmental Justice Advisory Committee and the state of California's EPA and DPR to take real steps in protecting the health of our farm workers and the quality of our environment, the air, water, and soil. Firstly, by taking into considerations the regulations regarding 1,3-dichloropropanone in regards to the precedent that this double standard and regulation makes with the potential future for more pesticides and other chemical pollutants down the line being regulated in a similar manner. As well, I am demanding that the California spray day system in regards to its back of providing exact location as well as expanding the list of chemical pesticides that are included that may warrant a notification on this system as well. 1 mile is too vague, and when looking at the system in practice, 1 mile buffer is not only too vague, but it's probably the least of the concerns, where someone could be living right next to an application site, but because they technically live on the other side of a gridded section that does receive notification, they could in fact be closer to an application and them not receiving notice of it just because they live on one side of the line on the grid that this map provides versus as opposed to living on the other side. So some people may be a lot closer than they think and never even receiving a notification because of the way that the system is set up. There needs to be an exact location so that people living outside of these grids could also receive notifications that are going on closer to them, not just within the address that their grid is in. Thank you very much.
Thanks. We have another community member that is here. ¿Quieren? ¿De su nombre?
Ok, mi nombre es. Ok, mi nombre es Catalina de Jesús Ramírez. Ok, estoy llamando porque estoy comunicándome con ustedes porque el día de hoy fui invitada aquí a esta reunión y pues sucedió que durante de las 3 hasta ahorita el audio no se entendía nada, se entendía como en inglés y en español a la vez y como con un sonido muy feo que no dejaba escuchar nada. De todo como lo que ustedes estaban explicando o hablando, ¿sí me entiende? Entonces, pues, para eso, el error que ustedes han tenido o no lo pudieron ustedes instalar bien el audio. La ubicación exacta es lo que queremos, saber la ubicación exacta. Es todo. Gracias. No, yo me trago todo.
Okay, unfortunately, the other two members that are here are tired, so they're gonna submit their comments. The other person, okay. So yeah, at the moment they're exhausted. So it's been since 3 p.m. that they have been here. Unfortunately, they don't want to speak anymore. It's all here in the Lindsay Valley. Thanks.
Understood. Thank you. And staff, I wonder if it'd be possible to get the EJAC info email address posted in the general chat. In just a moment, for those that would like to submit any written comments, you'll see in the chat window on your screen an email address that you can send any written comments to. So please make sure to make note of that. I'll put it up on the screen in just a moment as well. I'm checking our attendees list, and I note that we have one final member of the public who would like to provide public comment, Sarah Aird. Sarah.
Hi, thanks so much. Yeah, it's just a quick comment that if public comments are submitted, I just want to encourage that those comments be also made publicly available on DPR's website along with the recordings, because we don't want to miss the public. Like that should be available and open to the public. So I really just wanted to mention that. And then my only final quick comment is I may be mistaken, but I thought I heard a male community member trying to speak after Teresa, who was, I think, cut off while we're trying to figure out logistics. Maybe I'm mistaken about this, but I thought there was a community member from Ventura County who was just about to say something and kind of got cut off, and then we didn't go back to him.
Thank you, Sarah. As a rule, any Bagley-Keene body, including this EJAC, posting things such as public comment and meeting summaries is required. So I just want to make sure everyone's aware of that. Your point is well taken. Let me check in with Teresa Gomez. Was there another individual who wished to speak? I'm sorry? If you could please come to the front of the room and provide your comment, that would be wonderful. Thank you.
Disculpe. Bueno, el comentario que yo di no se entendió.
She's asking a question if her comment was understood or not.
It certainly was all recorded. Would you like to provide your comment again?
No, yo pensé que no se había entendido ni escuchado. Porque sí estamos teniendo un poco de problemas con el audio, pero quería saber si mis miembros que dieron su comentario sí se entendió.
We did not hear her, the comments.
Perdón, de los miembros
No, I understand. Please, gentlemen.
I think this has been I've heard it and we've been checking the interpretation channel. So, if this doesn't solve it, please let us know so we can improve the next meeting. But if you're listening through Zoom in Spanish, you have the option to mute original audio. If you click mute original audio, that will remove the audio. So if that's enabled, you will hear Spanish with the original audio in the background. So please try and mute original audio. If the issue still persists, please let us know so we can improve the process in the future. But wanted to say it since it seems like it's kind of a recurring issue.
Mi pregunta mía es si los miembros que dieron su comentario fue entendido.
Were the members that previously were they understood?
I'm sorry, I'm not clear on which members.
I think it's
we're
appropriate
referring
to just answer Teresa's question with the answer that we heard Teresa's comment,
Yes.
but we did not hear anyone else's comment that may be in the room with her.
Thank
and this
you.
would be the appropriate time to allow them to come back to the mic.
Thank you, Bianca. That's a wonderful suggestion. If we did hear Teresa's comment, if there are other individuals trying to provide comment, we did not hear them the first time and welcome them to provide comment now. Okay, do apologize for issues with interpretation and some of the technology issues associated with public comment. We will make sure that that doesn't happen again in the future. At this point, I want to check in one final time with members of the public. Are there any final public comments before we close out? Yes, we have one individual here in the room, please.
Hi, my name is Mayra Sanchez, and this is a question for DPR. Sorry, who is expected or required from your department to show up to these meetings? Thank you.
Thank you, Celia.
Thanks. Well, myself and my team are required to show up just because we're running the meeting, running the logistics. We will be coordinating with the co-chairs. But beyond that, we don't have requirements for attendance.
Wonderful, thank you. All right, at this time, I'm not seeing any additional, we have one final public comment from Kathleen Kilpatrick. I will note that we are over time at this point. We certainly welcome additional comment. We'll go to Kathleen, please.
This isn't another person. Yes, I'm Woody Rehannick with Safe Ag, Safe Schools in Santa Cruz County. I just wanted to say that organophosphate use in Santa Cruz County and Monterey County have gone up. Pregnant women in Monterey County, according to 2022 data, live within 1 kilometer, 0.6 of a mile. 50% of them do. In Santa Cruz County, it's 29% of pregnant women in 2022 lived within 1 kilometer, 0.6 of a mile, which is the yardstick used by the Chamaco study, UC Berkeley Public Health. So we have a real OP problem in these counties, as well as Santa Barbara County, and I believe Ventura County is having high OP use. Another reason why these need to be phased out and banned, according to a Blue Ribbon study in 2017 by UCLA School of Law Blue Ribbon team. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And I do see, so we do need to conclude public comment. There are hands that I know a number of individuals have been given multiple opportunities, but I want to check in one last time with Teresa Gomez to see if there was another individual in the room who was trying to provide comment. Teresa, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Osman Chavez, and I am a student volunteer with CAPS 805. I'm really excited to be here and to join this committee. For me, the most urgent thing is to have the exact location of where these toxic fumigations are being used, because our children are the most vulnerable and deserve immediate protection. It's pain to me to see how misinformation puts our families at risk, and that is why I'm here, to learn, support, and fight alongside you. CAPS 805 doesn't give up, and neither do I. Together, we will protect our community. Thank you. Next is Marcos.
Good afternoon. My name is Marcos Chavez, and I am a member of CAPS 805. I want to say that I completely agree with all these comments. I don't mean to sound repetitive, but the most urgent thing is to eliminate these toxic fumigants and protect our children. In my city, Oxnard, there are schools surrounded by strawberry fields. We all know that Oxnard is the heart of strawberry production, and also the most dangerous pesticides are applied. That's why we continue to raise our voices. The health of our children cannot wait. Thank you.
Thank you.
Tengo otra persona, va a ser en español.
Buenas noches. Mi nombre es Conrado Chávez. Soy campesino y padre. Y trabajo todos los días de estar expuesto a los fumigantes tóxicos. En Oxnard, nuestras escuelas y casas y fábricas están rodeadas, aplican todos los químicos, los respiran. Nos urge conocer la ubicación para poder proteger a. No podemos esperar más. Tenemos que eliminar esto por completo. Un futuro seguro, nuestro y de nuestro trabajo sin miedo.
Gracias, es todo.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for your comments. That concludes public comment for the evening. Really appreciate you all providing that really important insight. Before we close out here, I did want to give an opportunity for Celia to provide any closing comments on behalf of CDPR. And then I'm hoping that your newly elected co-chairs are also willing to provide some brief closing comments before we wrap up. I'll hand it to Celia first, and then over to the co-chairs.
Thanks. I think it was more of like next steps on our end. I really want to thank you all for your time and engagement today, for the members of the public online and also for our committee members. Thank you for being here. So a couple of next steps that we've talked about today, one of them being the revisions to the charter. So we will work, me and my team will work with your co-chairs, your new elected co-chairs, to tease out those details, to run through the recommendations made, and have something for your next meeting. The other thing we're going to talk through with your co-chairs is the location of the next meeting. That's all part of the logistics. We're going to talk about location, plus, time and agenda, like all of those things my team will work with your co-chairs on. So just wanted to run through those next steps here. And then just a reminder that for now, the comments that we received for written comments, they're going to the EJAC info inbox that was dropped in the chat, and we'll distribute that to the committee members. So with that, I want to hand it over. I'll start in the room with Bianca, and then, with Tim with the hand up. She pointed me that way. Tim, if any brief closing thoughts from you or Bianca to close us out here. Thank you.
Brief closing thoughts is, well, it was a great meeting and a lot of discussion topics were brought up. One of the things, I'm a firm believer that transparency and public meetings are important. And I was swapping around from being bilingual, I was swapping from the Spanish to English channel. And I noticed when the first question surrounded about Teresa's comments started, there was no actual translation into Spanish so she would understand. Future reference, when starting meetings, I would hope that the DPR staff ask members and the public if there are watch parties or groups to please put that in their name so we can prepare the board members to stay longer, or the members of the committee to stay longer. Just a couple of things, and for more transparency, I would like those comments to be exactly as written by the public, not at any method censored or changed. That's just my comment.
Thank you, Tim. I know Rocio had to drop off. Appreciate those remarks. I'd love to go to Bianca, please.
Yeah, thank you, Tim, for those recommendations. Those are, some best practices that I hope DPR will learn. It's unfortunate that, again, in an environmental justice space, community members have to keep restating access, language access and transparency, and then also not having access to that. So, and then having to shift our comments about EJAC to address the injustice in the room. And so I do hope that DPR's environmental justice team can ensure that audio and translation is adequate, and also that the Spanish translation is being recorded and will also be available to the public, not just the English version. I'm looking forward to working with our co-chairs to set the agenda for the next meeting with all of your inputs. I did make some notes on the topics, and the list is long, but I'll name several that got mentioned several times. And those were true implementations of protections like the expansion of buffer zones and infilling with regenerative agricultural and organic as it relates to SB 1864 and the buffer zones, spray days, and having proper or better information, including exact location, the trend data by chemical and crops reduction and increases in specific communities to help set the stage as we talk about sustainable pest management and phasing out chemicals that are dangerously harming our communities and specific communities. Importantly are the cross-agency enforcements and accountabilities, including accountability at a local level. I am very excited to continue this list, I guess I should. Enforcement and complaints is something that was also brought up. Industrial use, specifically like chemicals like methylbromide, toxicity and categorization, cumulative impacts and effects, including when those pesticides are applied in extreme heat, health protections and community air monitoring and expanding the air monitoring. And then as we set the agenda for the next location, I am very excited about community toxic tours at the EJAC meeting locations. And I guess we'll share with the public our emails, and they can be found on the website to reach out to us directly. There is information on the website that folks can access to reach out to us individually or to the co-chairs. Is that correct?
Not at this time, but I'll run that have to run that quickly by legal, and then we'll get back to you on that.
And then lastly, I do want to make sure that we get some clarity on how we will get updates on the revision of the charter. I'm looking forward to the accountability and transparency piece in addition to what has already been discussed.
Thank you so much. With that, I believe we are adjourned for the evening. Really appreciate everyone staying a little bit long, and really appreciate you joining this first meeting of an exciting effort. Thank you all.
Thank you.